Good morning, everybody. Whoa, Big Stefan. Yeah, that happened. Still have the bullet with the VWAP hat. Somewhere. I want to say I do, but I don't see it. I don't think you DM'd it to me, like, or maybe you did, but I don't see it. Cookies versus VWAP hat analysis incoming. Somebody's already written a DD. Can you lie to me and tell me we'll rip today? Just give me the feels. No. JPEG gonna pump up the stock again? It's gonna pump up the market again, it looks like. I don't know. The market could fail at open. It's starting to not look so great. It was bouncing back. It gapped up pretty nice at open. And then it like peaked and it's just been drifting down ever since. Ooh. This title I can relate to. Not particularly. I'm looking at getting in on maybe some shorts on IRNT. I was looking at Baba, but not so much now. No, not really. Are the red dots for opening all your cheese shops? No, secure. They're all the markets. But also, yes. Yeah, the Fed said they're running out of money or some bullshit. I'm sure they'll pass the debt ceiling soon. They're not going to mint a $1 trillion coin. I mean, they could, but that would definitely be. That would probably be as bad as a crash, if not worse. It's ironic that the exact guy who voted to last raise the debt ceiling is now voting against it. Thanks, Big G. Gotta own the libs, bruh. That guy needs to fucking... He needs to do more cocaine. He needs to get on Kramer's level. Welcome to party politics. Yeah. My friend who works at Russell Investments say they've covered their futures contracts as opposed to cash as opposed to shares. He deals with futures his current job. Could they have done that? Depending on the type of contract they're using, yes. But I don't think that's the case, as they have the rolls, like the roll periods from in March and in June both indicate that they're not using that type of contract. There are contracts that have deliverables, and so you can't use cash to settle them. So I suspect they're using something that has a deliverable. Or it's a hedge and they have to buy the underlying. Happy birthday, Win Sanji. I haven't seen him for a few days. I don't know what's going on over there. The never-ending stream must be taxing. Tail is complete. I wasn't comparing you to Kramer. Veritas. I think we're talking about different things. Yeah, I'm confused now. Is Chair Powell speaking today? No, but he better print some fucking money or the markets are going to tank. Was Frank ever found? The Dans have him. So the midweek Pickles picks update helps with the slow week we've got going. Yeah, man, no problem. There's always something else to do if GameStop doesn't want to do anything. Frank has been acquired. What? No, I got no sleep last night. I had a massive headache until like 6 in the morning. And then I had to do this. Yeah, I'm caffeinated. Heard Hampanan got pregnant. Okay, William. I've had plenty of water. Thanks, the lit one. No, I think it's just like I haven't been taking my allergy medications. And so if I don't, I get sinus headaches. But usually like having my like HEPA filter on and stuff makes that so it's not an issue. I've been holding VTI since the beginning of the year. Possible market crash coming. Think it makes more sense to hold cash or just keep in VTI? Don't need it now. It's the... And if you think a crash is coming, it's definitely better to have cash in hand, right? Because even if you're just going to put it back in VTI, right? You can buy the dip. And stop my automatic monthly mutual fund purchase. I'm sure you're fine. It's okay. Numbers can be fun. Did you stop to? I don't do coke. Huh? It doesn't change anything. Caress my pickle. I know the IV's high, but it can go higher. Oh, interesting. The pigeon wheel sauce got me good. I'm not gonna put any pickles on my nose. Nice. Boom bam bop bada bop boom pow. Yeah, what's Matt doing this morning? Eh. You know what is up a shitload in the pre-market is greenage. Fucking stocks up like $7 overnight. Who got their spurt converted? Me? Are you making money secure? Nice. Spurt will rise again. I love watching those meetings with like Janet Yellen and Elizabeth Warren. They're like yelling at Powell, and it's just like watching criminals accuse each other in one of those like jail drama documentaries. You got like one guy who like murdered a bank teller and robbed a bank, and like he's got beef with this other guy because he's like a rapist. That's what those meetings look like to me. If they added TTS donations to government streams, maybe. We've seen their FTDs before. Why can't they just have more? Because they'll get called. B Watts. Girk, I've had to end my membership. I've come into financial issues. Festive project. It's okay. Understand. Take care of your shit, man. Don't worry about it. Only pigeon whales are held to unrealistic standards. So we should be. Not a cult. If you're playing options for the settlement of these futures, what sort of strikes would you be looking at and how far out? I mean, I would be looking above 225. And I would be looking to at least buy them out beyond the next futures roll, right? So beyond 1124. Because like I know the price is going to go up on this day, but this I think it'll go up, but I'm not sure how much, right? Because I don't know if they can fail this cycle twice before they have like big fucking problems. So that way I can encapsulate both movements, and ideally I would want to try to encapsulate all of them. So I think if I buy any more GameStop shit, I'm buying it like out in like February of next year or something. What's the furthest out I can buy right now? It's like April. So maybe I'll look for something in November, and then I'll look for something again further out after that. But I might pick up some further out now because the IV is so low. What is considered normal tithing in a cult? I'm new to all this. You're fine. To gluttonously consume something without regard for others. EX, Carl pigeon whaled the shit out of that box of wine. Nice, Chakuseki. How do I join the not a cult? This isn't a cult, and you're already a member. Looking forward to trying new, interesting looking espresso Kool-Aid machine. Cool. Can you get more colorful lines on the screen? Of course I could. Do you think Vlad Tenev knew the absolute irony in choosing the name Robin Hood for his brokerage? Um, Probably. I feel like it was chosen because of that. Because he's like a hipster, right? Like Bulgarian hipster boy. Is it appropriate to ask how many GME you have? I mean, we try not to talk about positions. Awesome for Brutia. Good for you, man. Are you also enjoying the Citadel Twitter meltdown? I care so little about it. Yeah, that's it, Gabe. I don't care about it. I explained yesterday what I think is going on. There's definitely a little Kenneth Griffin insecurity thrown in there, but they're just trying to look good for their investors. Our membership fees are tithes. Asking for a Dan. That's up to you. That depends on how greatly you want to be favored in the Yazoo view up. All right, I tried. Well, they weren't going to call the brokerage sheriff of Nottingham now, were they? Yeah, court trader, I don't agree with that. Uh, don't go trying to set ground rules. All right, that's my job. Is 90-ish% IV low for GME in your opinion? I mean, yeah, that far out, it's really low. This week it's like under 100. A scale constipated to hot diarrhea in your pants. How are Kenny and Vlad looking right now? Perfectly fine. How many thoughts on Lucid? I didn't look at it this morning, but I have covered calls that I sold on it. Fuck. As long as it doesn't hit 30. Shun court trader for encroaching on your powers. We still have the thanks. I'm not fully awake, Daniel Taylor. I might fall asleep during the stream. Just fair warning for everyone. No. I think Evergrande getting downgraded was kind of a given. Also, the amount of money they owe is not that much. Like everyone's acting like it's some obscene amount of money, but it's eh. I have coffee, Michael Porter. I don't think that's gonna help. Kirk did a moonwind. I mean, I don't care if I sell my Lucid at 30. He's doing it on GameStop, which is a whole different bag of tricks. 207.50. Dilly. It is 2% of China's GDP. Seriously? The money they owe is not. The company might be. They only owe a quarter of the daily RP. It's less than a quarter. If the Ivy gets under like 75%, it's very good. Jose D. Thanks, KS. That's just what I want. Because of Computershare or something, I think. Can we see a short down to 150? That's a bit of a stretch. One of the mods invested in Computershare on Superstock. Can you explain Computershare to me? They take your GameStop shares and write them in a little book, and then they pull the certificate for them from the DTC. Do you get tired of people telling people on RSS that you aren't a shill that is bashing the almighty CS? I mean, I don't really have to say that very often, as I have not bashed Computershare. I just don't want to do it. They're my stocks. I can do what the fuck. If I want, I'll go fucking register them with Fidelity. How can the bad actors influence Computershare? I don't fucking know. I don't think the bad actors are trying to influence Computershare. Computershare is the, you know, transfer agent for lots of companies. You can get Fidelity to send you like stock certificates. They have their own program. They have a transfer agent as well, but it's not GameStop's transfer agent. Remember when everyone moved to Fidelity after January because it's an awesome brokerage? I mean, it is an awesome brokerage. Are you team Conepoo Ted chair or Conepoo tier chair? Fuck you, Jay Fresh. Yeah, you can DRS via Fidelity, but Fidelity is not GameStop's GameStop's transfer agent. So theoretically, it should do the same thing and pull the share from the DTC, but I guess it would be considered less safe than doing it through Computershare. I like the stock too. Can you explain to me how babies are made? Well, when Fred meets a girl at the Walmart and he's got, $1.19 left, and he buys her a soda instead of condoms, and then they go out into the van and start doing donuts in the parking lot. Well, you can figure out the rest. Nice, William. Cool, Matthew. I think half the people in Computershare just like to brag about how many shares they have in Computershare. Thanks, Rockin' Rando. I appreciate that. Ordered my guy brush today. Good for you, Cry. Oh, they're doing donuts, Daniel Taylor. The car might not be on, but they're doing donuts. Any other plays for today? I thought Baba was gonna look good, but it doesn't. IRNT. I think I need to buy my puts now. If it would just go up a little, that would make my life easier, though. $15, $20, $25s. I'll go away, Fidelity Active Trader. Okay. CS isn't a cult. It's just the hot thing right now. Just transferred all 200,000 of my shares to Computershare. Good job, Ben. Did you transfer them one into each account? If I transfer over there any of my shares, I'm opening X number of accounts. Like if I transfer 1,000 shares over there, I'm gonna open up 1,000 different accounts. I'm definitely on Top Chat. I transferred 25 million shares to CS. You're the catalyst, Jfish. The heck is my music? I was really thinking about it. That's fine, AM. I'm willing to wait. Ooh, look. Volatility. Was the bull that buff because Stefan is heavy? Or was the bull prior to Stefan riding him? The bull began buff before Stefan hopped on. I transferred 100 million shares to CS. Should go through soon. Cool, dude. Kenny doesn't care. He's from Florida. For Kenny, Chicago is the epitome of civilization. IRNT going the wrong direction. Good. That'll make my puts cheaper. Nice bad crab. It's very classy. The dark pool percentage isn't down. The fucking volume is down. Thanks, Alethea. Percentage? No, but breaking through its like previous resistance support levels is significant. Who asked that? Whoever asked that. Corn trader. The dark pool lit ratio is lowering. No, it's not. That post is bullshit. That's just lie, like not factual at all. It was lower than that on the 17th, Fernium. Well, my limits on my puts have not filled on IRNT, so it needs to go up a little bit more. With lower volume and lower percent dark pools. I'm aware of that, Luca. But there have been plenty of other days where we were significantly lower in the dark pool trading. One fucking data point on one day is not valid. The 17th was an exception because of quad, which what the fucking no. If anything, there should have been even more dark pool data or dark pool trades done on that day. I never went to bed, John. I know it's not, Spencer. You can't just go like, oh, yesterday was 39%. Like, I think this was the last 3 days. right? And they're like, oh, DRS. That's why. Like, what the fuck? That's not proof of anything. Would that be considered insider trading? People who think that there's going to be an infinity pool are delusional. Registering with CS can cause MOASS, but an infinity pool is not going to be allowed by any government in existence. As soon as it starts to affect global economic powers, they're going to shut that shit fucking down in a heartbeat. Does having hedge funds settle futures with cash change anything? What are the pros and cons of them settling with cash? Okay, so I don't think that whatever instrument they're using, they can settle with cash, Velvet Jupiter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be buying the stock, right? Because driving the price of the stock up doesn't benefit them in any way. I think they're lower DP volume. We have 1 day of lower dark pool volume. And the amount of shares yesterday was higher than it's been in like 5 weeks. So not only were the shares to borrow higher, the dark pool volume was only lower for one of the last like 6 or 7 trading days. They're mad because a couple shares broke the system. No, because they won't let it break the system, Matthew. You think they did all this like illegal shit and collusion to just stop all of a sudden? They'll let it squeeze because they can pass off, a market crash on that. They can let that happen, right? They can explain away other, you know, uh, malfeasance in the market, and they're gonna be like, oh, it's because of this squeeze, right? But if you're talking about like locking the fucking price up at 10 million plus a share forever, it's not gonna happen. No, we're still at like 178.50. I'm just like really zoomed in right now. Believe me, nothing spectacular has happened. We've only traded 190,000 volume. What do you think of an ER run up? What are you talking about, Henry? Or Henny? Yeah, I've been out of naked. I was out of it before our market opened yesterday. The main reason it won't happen is because apes will sell. Well, maybe not anymore, right? don't know if it's FUD, but I saw a video that claimed CS is owned by Wells Fargo. I don't think that's true. I've looked into the ownership of Computershare and I haven't found anything along those lines. Was it fucking Charlie's vids? He's an idiot, all right? Not only is he an idiot, he's a lying, ignorant idiot. And he's nuts. I'm not sick. I'm just fucking tired. What are your thoughts on a 950C 2022? You ever play them for IV jumps? Yeah, I've played like the out of the money calls for IV jumps. They can print pretty hard if GameStop runs, but you have to get out of them quick. And that's the problem is if there's like a turnaround, you have to bail on them. And so if it then bounces back, like so if it say we run up and hit 350 like right now, like they'll print super hard. And then it turns around. If you don't sell like right here, they'll be worthless by the time it hits like 325, right? So you're incentivized to sell here at 350. But then it could bounce off 325 and continue up, which is shitty, right? Whereas if you have like a 250, you know, you can just ride all that action and not care. So that's the risk of having those, is that you probably wouldn't really hold them to exercise because like it's there's a possibility that we don't MOASS, right? And then if you don't sell them at that point, then they're just worthless again. If infrastructure deal doesn't go through Thursday, you're gonna planning on toss your cat calls? I mean, I think the bipartisan one's gonna go through either way. When do you use EMA? When do you use MA? I use MA on longer term time, like longer time scales. Johnny A. Curious still for extra espresso. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Why am I zooming in? Ooh, guys, GameStop's doing things. Max Payne at 187.50, by the way. Today's T plus 2 from 69. Interesting. Is it? It's all of the above, Jack Stonk. My IRNT fill. Some of them. But the rest hasn't. My 25's filled. I'm gonna have to raise my 20s and 15s. Ah, son of a bitch. Check out CEI. I don't care about the fucking Twitter pump and dump. This is why I can't live with you, Dan Almighty. Because you're going to come up to me in the morning when I'm streaming and you're going to be like, hey, bro, check out CEI real quick. Should I edit an FAQ video for you? As long as I have timestamps, I can do it. You could try, but the reason I haven't done an FAQ and don't really intend to is because the questions get asked a million different ways. They may all ultimately be the same question, but people's misunderstanding of it is different for each person. JFresh, is this T+2 from T+69? Were you off by a fucking day? Tell me. I know it's gonna go back down. I'm not worried. If you live with me, I'll never ask you to check out stocks. Am I creating contention between the Dans? I think that at the peaks of MOASS, there will be very few sellers left, Bobo. All right, cool. I know some of the older videos are time stamped. If you can get anything that's still relevant out of there. Charlie is neuroatypical. Is he? Thanks for always turning up even after not sleeping. Much love from Oz. Thanks, Blots. I appreciate that, man. Really. Thank you. There'll never be contentions between the Dans. Drop sack of out of the money GME 800 calls. I saw it coming when I saw how much he was enjoying the cloud. It's kind of sad. See, here's my question. Is he neuroatypical or just psychologically disturbed? Because if he's neuroatypical, he's definitely not the type that makes you smarter. Can't read good is not a good excuse for spreading bullshit conspiracy theories and lies. Honestly, it was most likely that it was Monday, Tuesday, but it could possibly be today or tomorrow. I don't want to keep moving the goalpost, though. JFresh. Ooh. You're getting a spanking later. What do you expect from the spy for the rest of the week? More chop. See, I agree with that from you, but I think a lot of people are going into it without understanding that. I think because I have seen nothing but, you know, like positive sentiment about their order execution and all the things that they themselves warn people who transfer into their about, right, in their own like terms of service and paperwork. They warn you that, you know, order execution may not be the same as you would get at a brokerage. And yet I see a constant stream of sentiment that indicates that it's perfect. It's exactly the same as holding your shares in an insured and registered brokerage, which it's not. And that's my biggest issue really right now. As a mental health clinician, until MOASS, I can say professionally, Charlie's vids appears to have mild delusional thinking and paranoia, possible schizoaffective disorder. Huh. No belly rubs for J Fresh tonight. That's correct. J Fresh is lucky. All right, calm down, Kirsten. I contend, Elena, that he didn't get through them all that fast. That most of the information that he'd put out originally was out for months before he made videos about it. But yes, there was definitely a downturn around the 9/11 video. But it started happening before that when he started tweeting in the middle of the night about how he had to go get his gun and check out the Reddit servers. Lucid testing 28. I got my premium off that already. So if my shares sell at 30, you know, I'm up money. Computershare not insured? Of course not. They're not an FTC like or SPIC registered brokerage. Most transfer agents aren't. Oh, Nick. That's because Theta always wins. I put you in the oppositional defiant disorder category. Thanks, Visceral. It's nice that he talks about filings. Who else is doing that? Literally people all over Reddit for months. I mean, if he's informing people on filings, but informing them incorrectly, is the benefit really there? Existential? Like, seriously, like, who's that helping? Do you notice the nice action on party? Okay, Dr. K, I'll check out your play. It's still going up. If it breaks 875, that's actually pretty significant. Ooh, it did overnight. Interesting. I still hate the volume. God, they almost went bankrupt. Hmm. If I use in here. Yep. You know what? I'll pick up some nines. It doesn't even seem that bad. Is it PRTY? Hmm. Yeah. Let's see what it does. So an argument that having shares in CS where they're not insured, you don't need them to be insured because they're held in your own name and therefore can't be at risk. Please address. I mean, there's a reason insurance is offered at brokerages, right? All right, Sponger. Ray Computershare, have you looked at their brokerage reviews? And they're not a brokerage. That's why their brokerage reviews suck. I'm Joe Young. I just got a DM from JPAT. He said my 439 zero DTEs are going to print. Wait, how do you have zero DTEs for today? Isn't today? Oh, it's Wednesday. Okay, never mind. The insurance isn't just against the brokerage failing, Cam. So that's not accurate. Your broker only insures you pennies of MOASS money. I mean, it's comparatively, yes, but significantly more than the current value of your stock, most likely, Alex. And that's per brokerage. So if you've diversified your GameStop shares into multiple brokerages, Thanks, Dr. K. I hate you too. But it works somehow. What's up, Sahib? How you doing, man? More sideways. What moving average periods hold the most weight when you're doing your TA? Are they simple or exponential? It depends on the stock I'm looking at and the amount of volatility in it, Teddy. Like, you can't really use like MA on GameStop because it's all fucked up from, you know, the volatile spikes that it's had. The insurance would cover less than one share at floor value. I mean, that depends on how many brokerages. If you have 5 shares of GameStop and 5 different brokerages. But yes, that's true. But I'm pretty sure if it came down to a situation where you were getting paid that insurance on your GameStop shares, the floor value equation would kind of be a moot point, wouldn't it? It's the whole account, I believe, Monsieur Sloth. I don't intend to, Dr. K. I think it's misleading when you say your shares aren't insured. They're not insured by the SIPC. SPIC? It's not misleading, it's just a fact. If the SEC were to delist the stock or there was some other type of government intervention that caused you a net loss on your shares and that insurance would kick in, you wouldn't get that insurance if your shares are in Computershare. You would have to sue. And then the result of that lawsuit would be the value you get for your shares, right? I'm not saying that's a reason because I don't think it's like relevant, but to cast it in a negative light is it's just you're also misconstruing facts in order to promote an agenda. And it's the insurance doesn't just cover a failure in your brokerage. No, it's per individual, per brokerage. Have you discussed the new Citadel tweets? They're looking kind of embarrassing. I mean, I think it's partly Kenny's ego getting involved there. And then, also, if they don't say something, it looks bad for their investors who may be, influential and possibly affected by the bad press. And so wanting to pull their money out, right? We kind of discussed this yesterday. Banks are going to have to hold $1 trillion in cash from early October. October 1st, I believe, Seb. Will this affect GME? Probably not. Well, what the fuck is MPE? Just calling everyone conspiracy theorists and lunatics. Okay. That could be a catalyst, not fooled. Because I mean, I talked about this yesterday, but if somebody has 25 million deposited with Citadel and they have that leveraged out to 100 million or more, and they pull that 25 million, they're really pulling 100 million out, right? So that could decrease their margin limits very, very fast. I mean, I agree with them making the initial set of statements. Is this thing on? But yeah, I would say that anything beyond that was unnecessary and is bordering on, just endangering them more than the initial bad press. So yeah, him going on, late night Twitter rants, probably not good for the health of Citadel as a company. Because posting crazy shit on Twitter will definitely get your investors to pull money. Joined the party. It doesn't look bad. As like a seasonal play, it seems fine. And so I don't know. It depends on each agreement and how much money they're investing, and I feel like negative press like that, or the idea that maybe your brokerage is involved in a criminal conspiracy would definitely give you an out, right? You don't have to keep your money in a broker possibly committing illegal acts, or a hedge fund. Burry's agreement isn't that nobody can pull their money out. It's that, you know, you don't really get a say in what he does with it. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it picked up in the news cycle real fast, anonymous user. So the addressing it was definitely, I mean, if they were getting calls from worried investors, they were going to address it right away, right? You know, if you're a senator or a politician or somebody and you have your money with Citadel and that kind of news breaks, you're going to pull your money, right? You're not going to be tied to them after that. Even if it is just an allegation. Because you don't want the backlash. And that's one of the reasons I think that MOASS is even possible, is because there's always someone on the other side. Yeah, he doesn't really care about the ethics of it. But there's no such thing as like ethical trading. And people that are, you know, aren't. So you can talk about all the activist investors you want and how they're doing great things, but they're really just making money. And, you know, they found a good PR track to be on. Not only does it reduce their margin, but it would force them to liquidate stock. Yeah. I mean, we've known Vlad perjured himself for months. From what I've heard about Kenneth Cordell Griffin, he's not the most stable individual anyway, so it's not shocking. It's not getting wiped out that their investors are worried about. It's the idea of being associated with a possible criminal act. Why top chat? I'm not. I'm in live chat. I think. Careful with that, like K. Didn't offload my bag at 95 cents yesterday. I wasn't paying attention. Oh. Only psychopaths don't share their mayo. I mean, to be honest, I don't like sharing dairy products either. I think it's weird. It's never been mayo though. I feel like mayo is just universally used throughout like a household. But like if someone drinks wants to like drink from like if I have like a glass of milk and they also want some of it, that fucking weirds me out. You know, there is a possibility that I'm in live chat and I just don't want to answer whatever the question is. Not usually the case, but it does happen. BBBY. I thought you said you were thinking you would not hold into earnings. Yeah, I also got out of BBBY like the other day. I was in and out of it on Monday. We agree 207.50 was safe this week, right? No, we didn't. See us going to 190 today. Also, may I recommend ordering something full of carbohydrates and sugar to regain some energy? I don't know if that's going to help me out. LM. I had breakfast already. But thank you. No, I don't think we'll go to 190. We might test it, but even that doesn't seem super likely. In TLT. It's gonna bounce right back, aren't you, son of a bitch? Yeah, whatever. Oh, the fact that the spy should be down, but it's not. Josh Reynolds. Can you look up Mayo? I don't think that's a ticker. How much are you up today? Matt Kors says you're really good at day trading GME. What a fucking prick. I have never day traded GME. What are you talking about? It was on CNBC. They were talking about it, Dr. K. It made national media. It's not just Twitter. No, I mean, if you're if you're buying puts or calls, you can only lose the premium. Zaris. You could make a lot. It depends on how the stock moves and how much the options cost. I did double down on my cat position. I should check that this morning. Gross. But I have quite some time, like 2 months. So yeah, usually there's a settlement involved. Fronium. I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, this isn't like some fucking obscure penny stock, even though it trades like one. Anything exciting about the SEC open meeting due to start soon? I don't think so. You know people that know Kenneth Cordell Griffin? Can you tell us what his colleagues think of him? I don't personally know anyone who's ever worked at Citadel, but I've heard things about him. I mean, like, the financial world is shockingly small as far as, like, Wall Street goes. The first things I look for are volume, Vince. Volume, options interest. You think I watch national media? I don't give a fuck what you do, Dr. K. No, I don't. Otherwise, you'd know how to cook better. Yeah, I'm very far behind on chat. The charts show SPY order that went through at 4:04 p.m. What about it? Or 4:04 p.m. Yes. Would it like have giant wicks? That's not super uncommon, Carl. It's because it's in after hours. Has Prometheus already happened? We don't know it yet. No, I don't think so. Oh shit, I haven't updated Reddit at all. What do you want to see on Baba? It's coming down. What was the work culture like when you were working at a hedge fund? Um, Fratish, the one I was at, and then the other one was like heavily research driven. I didn't really, I wasn't like part of any like trading or anything that was going on. I didn't like it. Long, super long hours. There were guys that worked like 20-hour days. It's a terrible industry. I mean, the money is good, but sometimes it might not be worth it. Do you have timestamps toggled on for chat? No. I don't think you can. Secure. I was disillusioned a long time ago, Cord Trader. The financial world is very incestuous. Google has blocked autocomplete of the word perjury with Ken Griffin. He hasn't been charged with perjury, has he? And I don't know what you're talking about. Google is owned by Alphabet, who is, in fact, Chinese. I'm not gonna. What do you want from me, Moonwind? Click. Oh. Cool. What does that do? I don't know what the point of having that is. What's my target on IRNT? Well, I'm going to wait for them to release a bunch more shares. And then see how far it tanks. But I'm already in the money on my 20s and my 25s. Or, well, the 20s aren't in the money, but they're printing. Such a good call. I had some scrambled eggs and 2 multi-grain waffles. And just like a small fruit salad. Shh. Shh. I'm just gonna time you out, Midwin. You're annoying me. I don't want to look at your stupid pump and dump. Damn almighty. Okay. Don't end up a bag holder. Just remember yesterday it went from 340 to 260 in the span of about an hour. It's my wife. Nice, Bert. Should do an about me video? No. Are you for DRS? Have you DRS shares or plan to? I have not DRS shares. I currently do not plan to. But I am not against it. It's just not something I want to do with my shares at the moment. Thank you, Gherkin. I made $10 on CEI. I will use that money to buy a Delisandro's cheesesteak that we can split. I don't want that. So you're not thinking about buying a couple shares on CS anymore? I will if I see a net benefit on October 15th's FTD report. If I see a significant increase in FTDs, I'll buy a few shares over on CS. Hey, you told me to ask this during the live. I feel like I didn't. What conservative price could MOASS reach? Yeah, I've discussed this multiple times and told people that I have no fucking clue. No one does. Um, I think if we hit like $10,000, we're most likely going to hit 100,000, and if we hit 100,000, we could hit 1,000,000. And would you consider DRSing a portion of your WeBull shares, as many of these shares are from your viewership? Like 3 of them. And that's just because Joe Valente kept donating me money to buy a share. But no. Yeah, but then he enjoyed the idea of that too much, and I forgot that he's a degenerate Wall Street bets type. And so now I don't want. Now it's more fun to not show him the play than it is to show it to him. Does that make sense, Darth Dan? Do you game at all, or is Jimmy the game? Buy anything from GameStop recently? No, I mean, the gaming I've done in the past has been on PC. I don't really have time anymore. I bought a mouse from GameStop. That was cool. How low do you TMC going? Um, this just looks like crap. I was like some fucking deep sea exploration company. Just stay away from it. It's probably most likely a scam. Stay away from exploration, mining, shipping, um, weird small time bio companies. They're all terrible investments. They all came from viewership. They fucking started the stream with most of them. Does it move my pointer well? It does a good job. Get wrecked. I'll think about it in T plus 35, Moonwind. If not, I'll pack it into a derivative and show you sometime next year. I'm gonna grow up and be an SEC whistleblower. Thanks, big zillionaire. How much debauchery do you plan post-MOASS? I guess small amount. Remind people to like the stream. Okay. Whoa. Fuck out of here. What was that? Hmm. No, they're not Visridge. I just have sub shares in here. My Steam just started updating out of nowhere. It kind of freaked me out. No. I think most of today's movement is the market coming up. I have played Age of Empires too. It's fun. What other brokerage do you store shares? I have a few. I think I have 5 brokerages, Visridge. The Steam Trojan. uh Opinion on DRSing. I covered it on my stream on the 20th. Dusty. It's the first like 30 minutes of the stream from 9:20. Currently nothing. It's me, BK. I haven't been playing any games since I started doing this. I used to play TFT a lot. Think of buying some TTWO. I mean, what are your thoughts on it? I mean, it kind of looks like it's going to come back down. I would look for a lower entry. Looks like some textbook Wyckoff distribution. Not per account. If the broker fails to deliver you your shares, Evan T, that is a default. But I didn't know it was per account type. I thought it was just per account. Or per individual at that brokerage. So that is interesting. The first 30 minutes after it starts, George Reed. So half an hour in, and then for 30 minutes after that. I'll timestamp it later or something. If I had $1 for every time I get asked my DRS opinion, I could just buy the float and DRS it myself. How come Jimmy follows the SPY if it's not in the S&P? It's in the S&P 400. I mean, I'm already short basically everything, Sam B. I didn't read anything about that, Kyle. Opinion on Dr. Dre? Nothing, you idiot. Dr. Dre's dead. He's locked in my basement. I know you dislike MMAT, but it's not looking pretty bullish, holding its gains for once. Well, that's cool. I saw that. There's just more interest because, like, Pelosi bought in or something. No, I can't say I'm a big fan of Dr. Phil. I understood that reference. Everyone under 30 just went, huh? Dude, I don't know anybody under 30 that hasn't heard, like, the Marshall Mathers LP. How does it feel to know you're wealthier than R. Kelly? Freeing. Very freeing. Do you like Doctor Who? You know, I never got into it. I've tried watching it, but maybe I just went too far back or something. I don't know. Should I be buy Jimmy now or wait for another dip? I mean, this is still like a good price range, but it'll probably dip again today. This only up pattern is pretty bullish for now. No, I don't speak Vulcan. Never Fisk Jubilee singers. Thoughts on my mom's new Matt Kors tattoo? Gross. Did you tell her it was gross? I like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, we are. I think if they raise the debt ceiling, we'll see a surge. I really don't see a place where they don't, but who the fuck knows? Have you ever posted to Wall Street bets? I've tried. My piss got deleted. But no, I mean I used to lurk there, but I never really posted anything. I just like to like look at all the lost porn. It was funny. I haven't made too many monster YOLOs. I've made a couple that were big, but not as big as GME. How does the market actually drag a stock around? Algorithms buying and selling in the market. ETFs that track indexes and contain the stock underlying that index. I have never seen True Detective. I've been told to watch it. My favorite television show is definitely The Wire. Like, I would say that's the best television show ever made. After that, it gets a bit murky. Yeah, I don't like bread and butter pickles. They taste weird. What's the dumbest trade you've ever witnessed anyone make? This one time, this guy named Moonwin shorted Robinhood right after its IPO. Then he was up and didn't sell. Yeah, definitely The Wire over Breaking Bad. I've never seen The Sopranos. ETFs are a Ponzi scheme? I mean, they're not a Ponzi scheme, but they're definitely a scheme. Shut up about it already. It's okay. You're almost green again, Moon. I like all the seasons of The Wire. The last season being the worst, but I think it was still fine. You guys know that Omar, the guy who played Omar, passed away? I was really sad about that. Pineapple on pizza? Absolutely fucking not. I haven't seen Justified. Is that the one with Timothy Oliphant? Because I love him. I would have traded Ben Affleck for Omar any day of the week. The Last of Us TV show on HBO. I'm sure it'll suck. To date, my favorite role played by Timothy Oliphant is Santa Clarita Diet. He made Drew Barrymore bearable, and that's not easy to do. It's amazing, but it got canceled by fucking Netflix, so be prepared for that. I've never seen The Shield. I also haven't seen Peaky Blinders. Or maybe I've seen like the first couple episodes of it, but it felt like it had some slow development and maybe I backed out because I wasn't in the mood. Sons of Anarchy? That show's garbage. Like maybe one of the worst television shows ever made. Mindhunter is great, but what effect does a government shutdown have on the markets, if any? I mean, if our credit rating gets dropped, it's going to have a big effect on the markets. Kirk's review of Sons of Anarchy is garbage is my confirmation bias today that all his DD is on point. You want to hear some Sons of Anarchy DD, Kirsten? Sons of Anarchy is the television show where the wife from Married with Children plays Walter White badly. I saw season 1 of The Boys. It's like a lot different than the like graphic novel it's based off of. Hey Pef, I want to let you know that the borrow fee on iBorrow for IRNT is 1,081.7. Johnny, welcome back, dude. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing all right, man. Yeah, I know. And yet it keeps dropping. I have a trailing on my 20s and my 25s, so don't worry about it. I'll be okay if it bounces. How does our credit rating get affected by the shutdown? The government's unable to pay its debt. So you get a downgrade. It usually happens after the Fed goes broke, which could take a while. Like into October. Al Bundy certainly upgraded when he went to Modern Family. Sons of Anarchy's Biker Hamlet. It's so fucking bad. Do you like any animated series? I like Rick and Morty, but not for the nerdy reasons. I used to like Family Guy, and then it got shitty, and then it got even worse. Good to know, man. Anytime. What else? I missed a Kofa. Oh, yeah, because I don't have my headphones on. I'm sorry. I've really got to get better at that. I pledge allegiance to the bull flag of the United Shareholders of America and to the republic for which it stands, one stock, unborrowable, with tendies and mayo for all. Thank you so much. Hashtag not a cult. I live in Quahog. Is that a real place? Yeah, I saw Solar Opposites. It was pretty good too. I like the little like subplot of the weird people in the wall. Do you see yourself as a Jessica from Rick and Morty? No. I'm like a narcissist, right? So if I identified with anyone, it'd just be Rick. Archer's amazing too. Another a terrible loss this year. Jessica Walters. Always Sunny is not animated though. I mean, they have that like one episode, I think, but I don't like Bob's Burgers. And I've tried. I can't. It's called WeBull, Wilco. There's a link down in the description for it. I don't recommend it for holding GameStop, however. Would you reassess your current FTD cycle theory if GME ended up running hard in October on large volume instead of November, December? What are you talking, Brian? My theory is that we start running hard in October. did did you read or watch the videos? It's very specifically October, with the next run up beginning on 11/24 for the following cycle. It is in the next few weeks. Oh, you mean like if it happens before October? I'm confused. My current lack of faith in my theory right now is that we may not like spike that hard in this cycle, right? Like that anomaly period, like might not be as strong as if they fail again to roll in December. Just because the last time they failed to roll, last September, they did it again in December before we got the price action in January. Like we still had an anomaly here, but it wasn't as great. Like the magnitude of it was smaller. Now, I do think we are trading, like $160 higher than we were back then. So that could have a big effect, obviously. I think we should start seeing some movement as early as October 11th. But October 13th is the end of the first T35 period. I've seen some Boondocks intermittently. I've never like watched it by the season, but that's because it's kind of hard to find. Whether or not the anomaly, well, I think the anomaly will happen, right? I just don't know to what magnitude. It'll either be like a small spike or maybe a big one. God, I love dates. Me too. Gives me something to look forward to being disappointed about. So far, the theory is panning out with the sideways trading. The Twilight Saga? Fuck you, Carl. So September, December failed last year. Did the months in between matter? I mean, yeah. How big do you expect the anomaly to be? What if it was cold or in the pool? I still expect it to be there, right? You know? Yeah, that's correct, Edit. You know what? Since GameStop's not doing anything right now, I can just kind of show it to you guys. So that's December's, right? But we had the same thing occur in September as well, right? See? And then if we go, you know, our 25 34 days out from this, we have the run up into the next cycle. But this is like where they failed on the volume. See, so we have the run up from those quarterly options, but then they fail to roll into the futures. So, and this is what happened this cycle. But if you go out to March and you look at it as it occurs there, and we draw our little boxes. All right, that's... And then even if you add that like T plus 3, we get that run up there. Right? But then they cover into... So when we start from that options roll date... Sorry, that's the wrong space. So this is where the options kicked in, but see how on this cycle, instead of trading flat after the spike, they cover into the roll. They did this in June and they did it into March. So both of these. But no matter what, every quarter we run up on the quarterly options, and that's what kicks off the next cycle. But on these two, they ran the price into the roll, right? And then immediately after the roll, we tank, right? But when they fail, it creates the other pattern. All the boxes are T35, and then there's a T plus 3 thrown in there because of the expiration fail time. But we were going into this... Oh, shit. We were going into this cycle expecting to do the same thing, right? But what actually happened is we did what happened in September and December of last year, where we just traded, after the spike, we just traded flat into the roll. Yeah, FTDs. Which actually makes it even more confusing because trying to find the type of like forward contract that creates FTDs is weird. And I think it's because it's internalized. Uh, yeah, that's when the Eddie, that's when the T plus dates overlap again. It's on HBO Max. I didn't know that. Do they have like Adult Swim stuff on there? It might. Forced to make recurring investments. I have no idea. Boss dank memes. I don't think that's true. PSEC gives dividends out monthly, 6 cents per share. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's the FTDs, I think. Because in January you see that like we get thrown on the reg show list, right? As these start stacking up. Or in December. Um and then, the FTDs started spiking at these intervals, and that's what ultimately led to that action in January. That and the gamma ramp, right? No problem, Eddie. Oh, back down at 180. The first round, September 2020, be connected to RC buying shares. Yeah, his first buy-in was in August. The second in December. So yeah, that's a possibility. I think so. Index fund investor. Do you think we are facing a flatten the curve Tesla-like situation? Not yet. Um, but it's possible that some of the tactics they're employing here they employed on Tesla as well. The only thing there is that Tesla's squeeze doesn't really line up with futures rollovers. It looks more uh like it was off of options action and like slow covering. Um Also, Tesla's short interest was, even at its peak, was way lower. Usually on options, I'll like cut my losses at 20%, depending on my confidence, right? Like, if I think that something's gonna like bounce hard, or I'm like 100% in on a specific like move that I'm expecting, then I'll let the losses ride for a little while. Um, but yeah, usually 20% if I'm just playing like options intraday and it's not like a swing where I'm expecting something to happen. No, I've never been to Pickle, guys. Yeah, it's. I agree, Mr. Finch. Yeah, and I do. I've talked pretty extensively to the guy who wrote that DD. Similar idea, but different conclusions. That's interesting. Maybe I'll check it out one day. Why does short hedge funds bother closing their short positions if their plan is to never close them? Well, because now they're trapped in them, right? Their plan was more than likely to short the stock into bankruptcy. But several events took place that made that option no longer viable. Yet their short position remained. I don't know. It's odd that they said anything more than like a legal statement, Woody. Oh, I forgot to do that. I was supposed to. This is to turn on everything and see if there was any difference. You don't like Bob's reviews. I have to question the validity of all your TT. Okay, Fluffy essay. I mean, I kind of think that if it doesn't happen in October, it's very likely to happen in January. At least those are my current thoughts on it. Percent below 180, below most of retail's price. Retail's price average is between 160, 250, and 180. Mustard, homie. But yeah, that's one of the reasons 180 is such a strong resistance, is because a lot of people can average down at that price. Shit, institutions can average down at that price. If it doesn't happen in October or January, when would it happen? The next quarter? March? I didn't expect it to be on the right show list yet. It has to fail 5 days in a row. And I don't know if, like, back in last year when we went through this, we had much more volume, right, than we do now. So I don't know how much of a factor that's going to play into us popping up on the threshold list. So we may pop up on the threshold list later into the cycle because the volume's so low. But we do know that they have FTDs piling up, right? Because on T69, we didn't get the required amount of volume that we needed to see for them to continue to roll those FTDs forward. Well, I mean, if the buy pressure comes from them, it's me, BK, then the rest of the buy pressure will also come in. No, I didn't turn my mic down. I just moved it a little bit. Also, yeah, also like that's delayed, so it's like it's hard to tell exactly when we're gonna land on the threshold security list, or even if we'll land on it this cycle and not the next one. Powell is a dangerous man. Oh yeah, Janet Yellen's a a bulwark of you know, financial ethics. What determines how long you're on the reg show list? Till your FTDs are cleared. What would you want to know? Where they hid the shorts? Like which like forward contract, like which forward contract type they hid the shorts in. That's it. Is it swaps? Is it single stock futures? Is it internalized? You know. Why can't you head up the Fed? Why would I take a pay cut? Yeah, it could be wet dirt. No, I don't think they care about that. I think there's bigger issues at play. Not on me. A lot of people are already approaching the point where they bought in, right? Like a lot of people are already approaching a year. I know for me, they have till like November 23rd, some either 23rd or 22nd. Um, Before I'm like my original purchases in long term capital gains, which isn't super far from now. So if that's the case, they're running out of time. DFE is already his are already long term, except for the exercised ones. Like his double down isn't, but it says OBV shows more than enough volume to close positions they made up in 2020. If all of that volume had been short hedge funds, sure. But the short positions were from all the way from 2014 through 2020 method. And the OBV, you know, all most of that volume is retail FOMO, market maker activity. They shorted all the way through the January run up. So a lot of that volume was short volume, like 60% of it. So no, they haven't covered. And yes, that does definitively show that they didn't. You can still trade when you work for the Fed, apparently. It's true. But they're gonna take that away, and then like my luck would be that like the day I get in, they wouldn't let me trade anymore. And then what am I gonna do with all that inside information? Like, if they didn't get the volume necessary, wouldn't GME be on the threshold list already? No, it's 5 days. Five days of fails, so T plus five from that day. At a minimum, and only if that the fails from that date were more than 0.5% of the shares outstanding. Yeah, lower volume can be beneficial, but that's just because it means they're not covering a lot of FTDs, right? So essentially, it's like half. Like if MOASS goes the way we expect, right? Like short term capital gains tax on that would be about half. Depending on your state and everything, but and long term capital gains are significantly less, essentially. What's the stock doing? Nothing. Yeah, I know. 40 to 54%. Loaded more powder for GME. Sad. Have to wait to clear or I pay interest. I don't know how to ignore how corrupt it is anymore. It's baffling to me. Really? What, you know, the biggest shock for me out of this whole adventure has been that so many people really thought this shit like was fair and worked. Like it was a system that they could participate in equitably with people with far more money and capital than them. And to me that seems insane. I don't know if that's because of my background or what, but like never in my life have I thought that like the markets were a just and fair system. So I'm more shocked that people are shocked by this. Yeah, politics are kind of, I have kind of the same opinion. Is that your Italian or Persian background? I'm not fucking Persian, Red King. Probably worse than the average person expected. I guess. I mean, yeah, the shit that went down in January was really obvious to the public, which, you know, wasn't ideal for them, but they got caught with their proverbial shorts down. Um, but like, would you expect better? I mean, if the last all the events that have occurred in our country since '08, and like this was the shocking one for you. That's just because I'm not like blonde hair and blue eyed, you know. Do you have resentment towards the Spartans? I mean, they weren't great people. Like from like a modern point of view, right? They were kind of shitty. Their slaves ended up outnumbering them like 2 to 1, and that was ultimately the downfall of their society. Cool stories, but probably not the best regime to live under. Where in Italy or is your family from? Sicily and Florence. The pile up. Okay, so it's not 9 million FTDs. They needed. Man, JFresh. I wish we'd just never told anybody about fucking T plus 69. So they needed 9 million volume that day to hide the FTDs, right? To push them back into that pipeline and run them out for another 23 days. It does not, however, mean that it was 9 million FTDs. So they need legitimate volume to move the fake the synthetic shorts, right? To move them forward and continue to suppress the price. Awesome, Luca. Who was great people? I mean, historically, not a lot. Not a lot. I think you'd have a hard time finding any society that operated, you know, at a level that we would consider acceptable today. You like your pasta soft? What? Gross. Oh, cool. TJ. I mean, yeah, I didn't expect this level of fuckery either, but what are you gonna do? I've never been to Sicily. My friend's au pair was Northern Italian and joked that Southern Italians liked their softer pasta. Sounds like a soft penne. I don't know if I'd call Florence Southern Italy though. So it's definitely significantly north of Rome. I would say it's northern Italy, in fact. Did you know that Danny DeVito invented Velcro? I don't believe that for a second. Cool. That's good for Sears. What are your initial thoughts when they turned off the buy button back in January? Has anything like that happened before in your experience trading? Um, there was like a penny stock I was in once a long time ago that got halted and delisted for like some corrupt shit. Yeah, I was trying not to be argumentative, but yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I don't even cook my pasta. I just fucking eat it crunchy. The US will never be out of money. They print and make useless pieces of paper valuable. It's true. Kind of like Hasbro. Hasbro does that also. I didn't see October 5th. Does this date hold any significance in the theory? October 5th? What the fuck's on October 5th? There's nothing on October 5th. Who said October 5th? It was 13th, 22nd, 26th, right? I have them marked. 13th, 21st, 28th. Yeah, polenta's pretty popular in the north. It's mostly a tourist trap, Mr. Finch. I have 2 wedges breaking out on the 5th, which is why I asked. Oh. Yeah, I don't think so. I have one on the 11th, which could be significant. But I don't have anything on the 5th. Or if there was one, I didn't see it. What the fuck is going on at my neighbor's house? Weird shit. Just based on different trends. Oh, okay. You can DM me them if you want. I'll look at them. Secure. No, I haven't seen Squid Game. This isn't anything. This is just fucking boring. Boring. Here. Trading sideways guy is going to be right for a little while. Bedbugs throwing a party. Probably fucking crazy. I have just insane people next door to me now. I can't wait to move. Oh, I found a place. By the way. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to move and stream 6 days a week, but I'll figure that out. Pay movers. I mean, I'm going to do that anyway because I'm lazy, but I have to have like everything set up, right? Like I don't I have no idea when they're going to get like the internet up and running and all that shit, right? So I've got to like everything has to be like I just need to like basically pick my desk up and move it into the place that I now live. And everything has to be operational. I hate moving too. Yeah, being in logistics is a little bit different than trying to negotiate with shady New York City moving companies. Can you send me another message today, Netog, so that your message thing goes to the top of the list? Just like you just type a question mark or something. Because I think I talked to one of them and they're not offering flat rates right now. Like they won't do a flat rate move. Um, and then I can't remember what the other one was. A lot of them are being super shady right now because of the pandemic, because so many people are moving out of the city that like they'd rather take like the long moves out of the city than like move you within the city. So use what U-Haul, whatever the heck you do. Why? The fuck else am I gonna get a truck from if I do it myself? If I do it myself, I'm gonna not be able to stream for like a few days. I have a lot of shit. Not too many Penskes in this area. There's a couple, but most of them only rent to commercial. Like they don't rent for personal use. I think there's one that does, but it's kind of far away. And then I've got to like figure out how to get my car from there back to where it moved. It'd be a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah, but hourly's not bad. That's how most of them are for local moves. See, the last time I did that, though, they fucking tried to charge me like $4,000 to move like 30 blocks. So the realtor's about the pigeon whales that can pay your rent. At least, yeah, at least it does show up as income as opposed to like the rest of the money I make, which does not. Unfortunately, it's not that much, right? Because I'm still getting paid from like back in June. I think I get paid from June this month at some point. So like the YouTube money I've made is just sitting in like YouTube's bank accounts still for the most part. And the stream was like much smaller back then. So I have to be like, no, but like this money will come in and that's income. And people don't like that. But no, the landlord that I found was pretty cool. He didn't give a shit. And you know, if it wasn't for shitty landlords, I'd just pay 12 months up front, right? But you just can't trust your landlords here. Here to New York City, if you'd like to reach out for a quote, he showed up early the day of and did a great job. Yeah, hit me up, Sean. Let me know. Check out 2 Men in a Truck. Love it when randomly during the week my 12:30 alarm goes off and says gherkin at hot tub. YouTube needs that money to short GME. Don't say that. Interesting. I don't have a truck though, so I wouldn't be able to tow it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay in the city. A user. At least for a little while longer. So they have to move twice in a short time, or aren't you moving post-MOASS? Oh, post-MOASS, I will simply walk away from all the shit I own and buy new stuff. I don't care. I'll just walk. I'll leave a check on the kitchen counter for like the remainder of the lease, and I will go move into my mansion wherever I choose to buy one. I can leave the VWAP hat on my head. 82nd Outlaw. You're renting, but how big is your rental? Because out here in London, England, it's about $5,000 for a 6-meter length. I mean, my apartment's 800 square feet, so like 200 square meters, I guess. 200 something. I don't want to do the conversion right now, but and it's $3,500 a month. What espresso machine are you buying post-MOASS? Ooh. That's a good question. I might get like an Eagle 1. I really like that one. I used to live in a 620 square foot apartment. It was 900 a month. It wasn't in New York City in my lifetime. The Linnea Mini is cool. Definitely something plumbed. Your espresso, just Coke, bro. I don't need it. I already feel like a god all the time. I don't need that being any worse. I just want to be able to afford organic, better food for my family after MOASS. Are they tired of eating potatoes? 2,000 pounds a month for a 2-bed in Zone 3, North London. That's crazy. Because when I lived in England, I lived, I guess, in what is a very affluent area now, and it wasn't that expensive back then. Like, it wasn't cheap, but it wasn't crazy. I know because, like, my mom could afford it, so it must not have been that much. Yeah, but you're 7.5 acres in wherever the middle of fucking nowhere you are that has 7.5 acres of land around it. Dan is equivalent to my 900 square feet in New York, right? Like, I'd rather have 900 square feet in New York than 7.5 acres anywhere. 800 square feet, 74 square meters. Is that right? 3.3 ish. Am I doing something wrong with the math there? I can't remember the conversion. I think I'm just too tired. I could literally just pick up my phone and check, but I'll believe you. Bacon ciabatta. Ooh. I hope it puffs up nice. Did you get it? Did you get enough? You get enough bubbles in the dough? Was it nice and bubbly? Are you gonna have your mansion built or buy existing? Tough question. Depends. I don't like waiting. I'm an impatient person, so I'd probably just buy existing. I'm sure some rich person has created something opulent enough for me. Were you good at math? Once upon a time. No mansions, penthouses. I mean, I'm not gonna not buy a penthouse. I'm gonna go for Gothic Revival. David Elsenko. What are your requirements for the mansion? 10 bedrooms, indoor pool, indoor saltwater pool. I don't want my house smelling like chlorine. A full chef suite. At least 2 wings. Like, I don't want to live on the same side of my house as the possible help. Like a 4 or 5 car garage would be sufficient. Roundabout driveway. Rich people don't put their cars in reverse. Hot tub, I guess. Sauna, gym. Nearby natural body of water, preferably ocean. No, I don't think Citadel's tweeting because of DSR. What am I looking at? It went up and now it's going down. It's just chopping. Probably tracking this bad boy right here pretty closely. I don't care about a tennis court. A theater's fine. I don't need an elevator. I can go upstairs. No, I don't need a gun range. I'm not, like, fucking 16 years old. Hearing things go bang doesn't excite me. Quote of the week: rich people don't put their cars in reverse. They don't. Think about it. Three trends intersecting on the 11th. That sounds more like where I was secure. So they'll short us on the 11th and we'll rip on the 13th. Indoor golfing room? Interesting. I do have to work on my golf game if I plan to be successful in business. Ugh. See, like, I want grounds, so I think 10 acres is sufficient. But just to say I have grounds, like, and then I can hire a groundskeeper, which is something I've always wanted. I figure me and him will be best friends. And then when I die, instead of leaving my money to my offspring or family, I can leave it all to him, and then they can have like a long, drawn-out legal battle over it. You trying to be a boomer rich person? No. They all play golf. Boomer or not. You've thought about the groundskeeper a lot, haven't you? I mean, probably more than is normal. Pi-Fi is the epitome of chaotic neutral. How? How high do you think MOASS will go? Over 40K a share? Fucking better. Yeah, I think that's possible. Groundskeeper will be your wife's best friend. Could be. Why do I see Post-MOASS? You exclusively wearing bathrobes? You're probably not wrong, Fronium. Or pajama suits. This is the one good thing that came out of How I Met Your Mother. Silk pajama suits. I plan on getting a large plot of land in Colorado. Good for you, man. At least a couple, right, Corn Trader? Get a float tank? Is that like the thing that you get in and it's like the sensory deprivation tanks? I'm not fucking doing that. Those things freak me out. I want to buy a decommissioned missile silo. Enjoy the cancer. If you don't get cancer from like the leftover fissile material, you'll probably get it from the fucking radon just permeating the entire tube structure. Aquarium wall? Only if I can get sharks with like laser beams on their heads. Seem like a classic bar, pool, and bowling alley guy. I hate bowling. Should we to retreat to 137 at some point, according to DMI? That doesn't sound accurate. It makes humans into pickles. I'm already pickled. Thank you. I don't think it'll be that hard, Ben. Even with insurance, the dentist is expensive. Here with granite is just rife with radon. Fair. Finally caught up. What's your sense of IRNT? I have a put that's slightly in the money and a call that's probably too far up. You straddled it? Oh, I'm just short it. There's rumors circulating that they're filing their paperwork to release their shares, and like take their funding and dissolve the SPAC, in which case the price should tank. They are de-SPACing. I'm sure long term that will be beneficial for them, but in the near term, gotta make that money. I'm already way up. It's like the best part of my day right now. Actually, my SPY and like SQQQ are doing okay too, but TLT not doing so great today. I should have sold it yesterday and bought back in. I didn't intention. How do you not intentionally strap windmill? I mean that calls. I don't see a lot of future for that call right now. But fuck was what? I'm gonna have a cannabis farm and name a strain after you. Please don't. You can name anything after me you want, just not a strain of weed. Oh. I'll have my mansion built out of mud bricks. Like, do you intend to do any of your own cooking? Oh, absolutely. How do you think I'm gonna perpetuate my career as a YouTuber if I don't do cooking and luxury product reviews after MOASS? It's called Kirk's View Up. God damn it, Vic. Bull brand, OG pigeon whale Kush. Hire a full-time private chef and then every day tell him he's got the def. See, what I'm afraid of is that like my chef and my groundskeeper, the chef's really good. I might end up liking him better, right? And then, I feel like there's going to be some drama between these two. I haven't really figured out what kind of drama I'm going to attempt to foment, but it will be there. Now, if the chef sucks, that won't be an issue. But I don't know. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll pay the one I like less, like a bigger bonus one year, to really confuse the one that I like more. And like, obviously, the other guy is gonna know about it, right? It'll be interesting. I'm not gonna have any boring days. I'll tell you guys that much. You gonna make your maid wear a black short skirt with a white apron? Why would I? What? That sounds sexist, Eric. You keep a sucky chef on staff? Why? Well, because then I can hire like a Gordon Ramsay type to like get in fights with him. I have like my own personal kitchen nightmares just every day in my own kitchen. Maybe I'll just hire Gordon Ramsay. We'll see how rich I end up. And then I can fight with him all day, and that'd be fun. That's not the kind of drama I want. Well, I have a plan for getting my chef, right? So I find a Michelin star restaurant that I really like. Okay. And then I open a restaurant adjacent to it that's better, slowly driving them out of business. And then I hire their chef to work for me personally after his life has crumbled around him. I know you'd pay to watch that. You think I was going to do this with my own money? Fuck no. Hey, we're going down, guys. If you have a better restaurant, why not hire that chef? Oh, no, I'm going to fire that guy. He worked at my Spite restaurant. Like, I can't trust him. Someone cranky today? Maybe he's got a dirty diaper. I'm not sure if you make these things up on the fly or you've plotted them for a while. I love it too. No, I'm making this one up on the fly, but it's keeping me interested in what would otherwise be a very boring day. I'm gonna tell Reddit that the price is down some. Just have nothing to say over there. You have a harem of lovers? That sounds like a lot of people to feed and support and have in my house. Can I just put like single billionaire on Tinder? 6'3"? I feel like that's not really going to be an issue. I never said I was 6'9". I wish. Then I could bang my head on even more shit. I think there's no way you could be that tall without going through your life and not suffering some brain damage. And numerous back surgeries. I know it was a 69 joke. I got it. Making any natural gas moves? No. I take a lot of fiber supplements, so it doesn't really happen for me. What's your take on the mother of all wedges? It's just really bad technical analysis. I mean, they're drawing it from the wicks, right? Like you guys have been watching this shit for 5 months, and even you guys wouldn't make that mistake. Yeah, the new silver. Who cares? You're gonna have to up your game to those closed only rich people apps. Nah. Why would I want to date other rich people? Lamb. How will you use your wealth to transform CX? Probably just really push for 3D printing for homes. We've already got the concrete, right? Why aren't we building the houses with it? But yeah, we'll talk about that in the next shareholders meeting. And by shareholders meeting, I mean room that I hang out in. I don't know about hot meal in a shower, but helicopter ride, you know, to my house. I'm not getting in a fucking helicopter, but all my ideas are awesome. McCoon. I don't know how long you've been watching, but you should know that by now. What if they offer hand jobs in the helicopter? You're not tricking me into that. You know the crazy thing about hand jobs? You can just give yourself one. You don't even need another person. It's like half the time and a quarter of the annoyance. Big if true. I don't care what the house looks like as long as BlackRock buys it. Infinity Carpool. I've worked for the daughter of the Quikrete Empire. She lives down the street from my house. Is she useless? Like incapable of functioning? I wouldn't let a Dan anywhere near any part of me that they could do a job on. The last time I saw a Dan at the Wendy's, he was covered to head to toe in what I could only assume was Elmer's glue paste. It looked like a meth head toddler had gotten into the glue at school. What a glue job. The diversity of your conversations is incredible. Thanks. Creativity and storytelling is simultaneously riveting yet concerning. Why is it concerning? R2D2. CEO. All these new people in here talking about fucking CEI. Good luck bag holding it. Can you get a mascot for the stream? We got fucking Stefan right here. Well, he's not good enough for you, a user? He's a fat little pickle with a stick and a bully flag. What more you could ask for? You remember that video from like 10 years ago, World's Worst BJ? I wonder, I don't know if this is appropriate, but I wonder if like gay dudes have it better in that, like in the hand job realm. Huh. That's Dan talk. Right? They know the equipment better. What's happening? Don't worry about it, Zakir's wife. This doesn't involve you. I just feel like with girls, anytime anytime you're like getting a hand job, it's always just like, oh, this is gonna fucking happen, you know? All right, Zakire's wife. You could, but trust me, I've I've met some that should know the equipment equally as well, and they do, but just equally as well as the last girl I got one from. It's it's literally been the same thing from, sophomore year of high school on. Is this how demonetizing happens? Pfft, dude, if I'm not demonetized at this point. My mom bought 10 more shares to help the cause. Was it because of the speech I just gave? Put on some music and do a slam. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting demonetized for this. Have you guys not seen like beauty YouTuber breakdowns? They're way worse. Hey, at least she grabbed the head, Dollar Judah. Right? They're not. It's just that's always like an extra step, Steven. Right? Ooh. I mean, I'm old enough now that I'm just like, you're fucking awful at this, and I leave. But when you're younger, it's hard to like say that, right? You're like, what the fuck is this person doing, you know? And then you gotta like just wait. It's awkward as shit. Wind bound out now. A couple weeks. JR. What on earth is this stream turned into? It's nothing different than it was before. Well, yeah, I know that now. Not always, because you always. So usually, yeah, it just turns into something else, and it's short. And you only have to deal with it for like a few minutes and like pretend like you like it, right? But sometimes they think they're like talented at it, and they're like, "No, I'm gonna show you," and that's just the fucking worst. Flaccid, come on. Oh, CEI really is trying to go to the moon. Do I want to steal some money from some pump and dump? Hmm. Do I have settled cash? I do. What do you guys think? I'm gonna do a poll. That's a lot of yes. All right, fuck it. Infinite loss. How? I didn't say I was gonna short it. I'm not retarded. I hired a Craigslist. Sorry to hear that, a user. No judgment, though. How much percent am I looking for? I don't know. See what I can get. I'm not going to short it. No, I'm not doing CSPs. Although, does this have options? Ah, damn it. Wait, hold on. I need to open both. On a side note, this is just pure gambling. This is not responsible stock buying. I'm just really bored. Pickle Financial does not advise people to do the same things as him. I just want to let you know your epidermis is showing. How dare you? Avert your eyes. We were all bored in jail also. Most of us up 30% since yesterday. Nice. I know it's funny because epidermis means skin. Weenus reveal? Right there. Take that. Reported. Whoa, bro, what do you bench? Quarter pounders. I mean, you guys are just getting a taste of what the pigeon whales get in the OnlyFans. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to say that. Yeah, this looks great. It's a lot of consolidation. God, my neck hurts. Fuck. Don't worry about it. Okay, buddy. My mom can come massage your neck. Oh, thank you, John Goldstein. See, David El Cinco Herrera, some people's moms do like me. What the fuck, man? How long could we go before late October? It's not late October, it's mid October. Probably around where we're at, right? Thanks, D-Balls. Now I'm down $7. That's a bag of cookies. Oh, there it goes. Just in time for the dump. Can you look at DATs? No, I'm doing a thing. Oh, you know what? I can look at it on my phone. Is this the one you were going on about yesterday? It's looking like you missed the peak there a little bit. You're a bag holder now? How does it feel? I don't care. Lots of what happened to BBBY in the last hour or so. Probably came down with the SPY. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Kramer was pumping it, so, paper hands. How do you plan on scalping CEI? Well, after it turns around here, and it goes up, I'm going to, sell the shares I bought. Or it's gonna tank. And I'm gonna lose like $30. Reverse scalp. One figure losses, that'll teach you to gamble. I know. Look at all these fucking paper-handed Twitter bitches. Yeah, it doesn't look good. But the volume's crazy. Way to fund the bad guys. At what point do you figure it won't correct? I mean, I think if it falls through like 390, I'm just gonna sell it. And then all the excitement will be over. I should have shorted it, but this isn't a margin account. I love how every single order is for 3,800 shares. If I sell, of course it'll bounce. High frequency trading. This is your test primo-ass diamond hands? I made money on naked. Not a lot, but I made money on it. Ooh. Now it's 3,900 shares. seems to be a correlation between the two stocks. There's absolutely none. So far, you would have made more just buying GME. Yeah, I know. God, I love stop limit orders. They're so cool. AMC's down 2%. What do you mean it's getting ripped to shreds? Where's all the... Jesus Christ. 5 million volume at $3, $3.95. I think that might be the price column. I haven't slept in 2 days. So I can't tell if that's a comma. I think yeah, that's the price column. It's still high frequency trading going on, but AMC going to 500K after it hits 0. Pickles picks not looking good anymore for the rest of the week. No? I mean, IRNT is fucking killing it today. Mohadala. I'm up like fucking 700% on my 25 my $25 puts. I missed IRNT. I thought it was only Baba and Cat. No, I'm still in on Cat. I actually doubled down on Cat yesterday. But yeah, IRNT was this morning, and I was out of Baba on Monday. Goddamn. Permafunds were yesterday. Crowdfund buy 5 CS shares. $3. Son of a bitch. I got stopped out. And now it's gonna rip. Fucking ass. No, it's a wash. I'm not gonna deal with that. Not on this crap. Alright, back to GameStop. $15 well spent. How cheap did you get it on the $25 puts? I bought them at market open. think they were like 7.6 or something. Do you pick new stocks to play weekly or on a different time frame? It depends on the which stock it is. Some are longer, some are shorter. I thought you said you might consider Baba calls for November at 170. I said if it crossed 152 and held, which it didn't. It hasn't held above 152 yet. AMC gonna accept Doggy coin soon. I'm stoked because this time I can actually sell my Dogecoin for something. I have an unreal amount of Dogecoin that I bought while drunk, and I'd really love to get rid of it. I should have sold it during the SNL thing, but I was sleeping. Oh, that's cool. That's got to be bullish for HNT. That'll teach you to sleep again. I mean, my Dogecoin's still up. It's just not like now I know I could get more from it. Save your attendees for out of the money GME calls. I only lost like fucking $12 or something. Hold on. Let me see how much I lost. I'm still pissed that I got stopped out, but risk limits and all that. Hold on. What the fuck? There we go. Oh, it's $20. Oh no. No. I stopped out flaccid. I had fun though. It was fun. Under 20 cents seems like a good entry for Doge. I bought my Doge at 0.002, like 0.0021, and I think I overpaid for it, possibly. What do you want, Moon? You're trying to ruin my fun by asking me what price GME will go to today? Why are you putting limits on a YOLO? Because I can't not set limits. No, Bob, a screenshot. It's not happening, man. I'm not gonna give it to you just because you want it so bad. You dirty degenerate. Huh. Genuinely curious, but when you got into day trading, what made you choose Webull over other platforms? Oh, dude, like I didn't use WeBull when I got into day trading. I started using WeBull like last November, and it's not like my primary brokerage. I have very little money in Webull. I use it for options sometimes because it gets really good options execution for some unknown reason. But I usually use ATP, IBKR, and Vanguard for holding longer term shit. But those are like my primary, like the primary trading softwares I use. Of course it is. I don't care anymore. You're welcome. No, it's only publicly available if you make it that way. There's like another form you have to file if you want your ownership to be publicly available. Mikey Cons. What's a realistic percent gain per year to expect with my attendees after MOASS? I mean, if you're super low risk, you should expect to at least get like 7 to 8%. 6 to 8 with very little risk at all. But you know, you want to diversify your risk, right? So um any good fund should be beating the market by at least 5%. So that's like 13 to 15% a year. But you know, you like when you're that kind of wealthy, you break your money up, right? So you don't have to diversify your investments that much. But you want to diversify your like risk portfolio. So you want the majority of your wealth to be low risk. Check out Grom. Grom going nuts. Maybe Grom's the play for me. Grom Social? Hot damn. That's like a squeezy boy. Fuck this stock. Actually, this looks like another really good entry. Huh. If it doesn't rip too hard. Maybe I should buy another 100. I would like to speak to the Dan in charge. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. Let's see if I can lose some more money on this. Good for 50. Goddamn unsettled funds. Nope. What makes you think that's a good entry point? No, I'm waiting to see. I have no idea. It smells like up dog. I think the pandemic brought along the slew of short squeezes that we see today method. And yet the stock isn't up very much. Victor. Over it. Ooh, inverse head and shoulders. What time is it? 1:18. If you show me, I will sell 150 cc's at the money next week. Why would you do that? Nice. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. For those of you listening in, GME 177.85. Why is it every time I leave the stream, people just assume I'm pooping? I didn't poop. I went and got some ibuprofen for my headache. I don't know, that I'm just like doing other things. CEI? I lost $20. Minutes before I would have made 20. What do you do when the stream's turned off? Poop. Can't believe you don't know what a chiropotis is. Well, here we have chiropractors and podiatrists. They're different things. Graham. I'm not your financial advisor, Flaccid. Can I make it for another 2.5 hours? I don't know. Oh, look, volume. But it is volume. Market's coming down. Max Payne's at 187.50. So 190 is not so great, Kazakh. Did you sell those party calls you bought this morning? No. What's it doing? I don't even have that brokerage open right now. They're still not in the money. They're also for like the 15th of October. Hmm. What's possible? Wedgies for hedgies. Possibly a couple days sooner. I think from like it could like movement could start on the 11th. I just don't think it'll pick up until the 13th. No, we're not in the low range of average cost basis. That's at 162.50. Sops and stuff, everyone has a market maker exemption. Pretty much. If you think market maker privileges are fucking blatantly illegal, you should see what they're able to do with ETFs. Does MM stand for market manipulator? I mean, technically, yeah, it's part of the title. You holding your IRNT position through the night? Yeah, I don't see why not. I might sell like one of the 25s to pay for the rest of them. The 15s are starting to print right now too. A scale of 1 to moon, how jacked to the tits are you for the week of October 11th? I am a 421. George Reed. Bender Blender. You can check out my video DD channel. I have my last like two videos. The futures videos, both of them cover it. Is that 421 rounded up from 420.69? Of course. Legend of Grom actually doesn't seem like a terrible company. I've heard of it before, so that helps its case. We're going back to 150? It doesn't look like it. This week's DD in the description, Barney Kent. But also, I have 2 videos on it on the Video DD channel. Which might, like, they go a little more in depth. Well, one of them does. It's fucking halted again. Interesting. I don't like the weakness. Oh, I'm holding. I think it will moon when we least expect it. It's a interesting take on it. All the news says increased price target. But I said down. I said down this morning. And it's done just that. Say rumor greater than news. Nah, it's over, Steven. Stefan. What are your thoughts on bathroom attendants? I don't like them. Like, I get they have like a job to do, but it still weirds me out. I don't want to interact with other people when I'm in the bathroom. Or 180 C's for the end of the week a big gamble? They'd probably print at some point. But yeah, I would say any weeklies this week are kind of a gamble. What do you think about shadow banning certain predictive phrases on Google? I don't know. Why do you expect internet corporations to be fair and democratic? I think that's a better question. They're not like public, right? They're not owned by the people. They're a private corporation. So they have no like responsibility towards you, the Googler. What were your 15 Cs on IRNT? More of a volatility play or price target is down there somewhere? Price target's down there. TBT calls? You can. I have TLT puts, Keenan. But they're for January, so. What about morals? Oh, this giant multi-billion-dollar corporation's doing unfair things to the public. Ugh. Grom back. Is it going to dip again? Oh, it's kind of bullish. Ooh, 10 million free float. Mm. Any news on this? Just no fucking news. Mm. Any chance longs will start building the ramp at 180 now? They might, yeah. I can take a look. Damn. Buying a shitload of in-the-money puts today. Ooh, they're trying to wash FTDs. Look at them go. See, now this This is washing FTDs. Huh. Desperate. I like it. Yeah, looks like some about 200 180s came in. $22 million in puts today. What is washing FTDs? Married put calls. Elaborate. Look it up. It's kind of a long process. Essentially, they create shares to hide FTDs. So you're seeing $1. Remember those $1 calls? Now we're seeing them being bought. Seeing $1 calls come in and like 210 puts. It's good. I haven't seen them do this since March. Not simultaneously. Wait, washes are illegal. Ding ding. And the prize goes to VWAP Seer for pointing out the corruption in the markets. Then use synthetic shares for FTDs, but yeah, they have to cover them later. That's correct. Will that nuke late October price action? No. Because they've only covered about 40,000 shares. By the looks of it. We got 1.5, 1,500. Not even. Less. 10K shares? God, that's expensive. How desperate is this kind of move? I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? Yeah, they only need to cover one in a 5-day sequence. That's correct. Quick name. But here's where that gets tricky. They only know their own position, their own short, like their own fails, right? What about other? That's where it's kind of a dangerous game, right? So say if Citadel's sitting on 200K fails, and like Susquehanna's sitting on 300K, but only like Citadel's doing the married put calls, then there's still 300K sitting here, and then say there's some other fucking hedge fund sitting on like 90K and someone else sitting on 10. So you can still hit that number. I'm sure I'm sure. Yeah. Still tricky. You can't know them all, right? Even if you could get 3 massive hedge funds to collude with each other. They still don't have all that information, right? Well, I don't know how many they need to make, but they need to make some. Sorry, I zoned out there for a second. Is there a consequence for wash trading? Fines. So whatever it costs more. Have you discussed the alleged inability of Fidelity to locate shares for the transfer to CS? Also, what impact can it have when attempting to sell during MOASS? I mean, there's no such thing as a fake share. Like from the sell perspective, right? The only time a real share matters is when satisfying the share lender agreements. I could really use that spanking now to cheer me up. 5,000 minimum for the transaction. Why hasn't Greed one out? Well, I mean, I guess if you can find someone equally as fucked as you. In theory, do you expect us to stay in this range? I mean, yeah, I expect to stay in this range through basically all of next week and the rest of this. The futures video did not explain anything about October. The whole thing's about October. Which one did you watch? The 18-minute one or the 4-minute one? I have live options data also. Oh, that looks fine. I think your lower support on the inner wedge could be dropped a little bit. Is it cure? Uh, I mean, definitely not a good look for them if they get beat by, dumb money, right? Like, like Citadel goes under, based on anything else but this, right? And like, you know, Kenny can build back up and start a new fund in like 3 to 5 years. You know, he's probably back in business. But you lose your fund and a chunk of the DTCC to fucking online, like some like online Reddit communities. You're never gonna open it. Like no one's gonna ever invest in your fund again, right? Cushion, I'm not playing, but want to know if you want to get in and catch IRNT on its way down with puts right now, pick the strike with the lowest IV for the better price. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's dropping super fast. It's just dropping, right? Hard to run a hedge fund from prison. Good luck with that. I think you could probably count on one hand the number of billionaires that have gone to prison in the last 20 years. And they didn't become billionaires doing completely legal shit. It's 76 million. Which shares outstanding. The free float's like 62 million. That's like the reported one. Yeah, but you have to understand how like intrinsically tied together uh hedge funds are, right? Many hedge funds have the same investors. So you've got to find you need a really specific fund to want to take down all three of those, right? You need someone who either benefits you have first of all you have to find somebody who benefits more than they lose. And that's hard. Money at that level is very intertwined. That's why the Rentec move on GameStop was really interesting to me because Rentec doesn't have a lot of ties to the rest of the market, right? They're not really like a long fund. They just make plays. Like they're in and out. And they do high frequency trading and shit too, but um they don't so much have their pockets in like a lot of the other big like banks or funds the way like something like Citadel does. Like Citadel, Sus, and Point 72 all going down. Um, that can negatively impact a lot of like even if someone did want to squeeze them out, they might be just as equally hurt by doing so. I like when he plays with his car keys and changes his voice. Nice. I'm asking for the actual float? Nah, no one knows. No one knows how many synthetic shares there are. There could be a lot. Yeah, even BlackRock. First of all, BlackRock's not like long GME. They're not like a GME investor, right? They own GME because they have ETFs and GME is in all of them. GME went up, they bought more. GME went up again, they bought more, right? Because they have to balance their ETFs against the weight of GameStop in that index. BlackRock's also about half as long GameStop as they were 3 months ago. I've been to a GameStop not that long ago, couple months or something. It kind of seemed the same, but some stores are getting the updates, others aren't. But there's only like two funds that are really positioned well to benefit off of Citadel's collapse, and that's like Saks and Virtu. And Saks doesn't really do a lot of equity shit, right? So I don't think they'd be too interested. Virtu would probably want their stake back in the NYSE. So Virtu has, something to gain. But I mean, we're talking about like MOASS causing a market crash for, people that are heavily invested in the market, right? Checked out the Renaissance Tech 13F. Yeah, their cost average is about 214. Well, that's a big fucking position they bought into, right? And they're not in for a long time generally. So they expect it to move. Yeah, the order book's looking very slim. No VWAP down cycle because it's a business, right? It's constantly growing. The value of that position increases over time. So there's no way to, I mean, yeah, not really. Not with the information you get on a hedge fund. You could guess, but that's probably the best you could do. I mean, if you go into a short squeeze and the options OI is low, by the time the squeeze is over, it'll be really, really high. Distance from the money. And you should have a little confidence in the fact that Rentec has a higher cost per share basis than most of retail. And they definitely didn't buy them to lend them out at, 0.5%. Could they be selling like 6,000 calls a week? Possibly. Rebates? I mean, yeah, generally, you get a rebate if you use cash collateral, Dr. K. Or same as cash collateral for your borrow. If you use non-cash collateral, then you don't get a rebate. Spy ripping. Well, that's good. Kind of glad I didn't buy into Grom. I mean, yeah, you can use those things as collateral. What's better? Is that on linear? Is that why it looks weird, Zakir? No, it's log. Why is it displaying so weird? Oh, it's auto price. Um, hmm. Interesting. I'll draw one later and show you, Zakir. I've made $3 on CEI. Nice, man. Hmm. Oh man, I'm having a hard time staying awake. Did I fall asleep just there? I will not. The market's not closed. Go have a nap before power hour. CEI mooning. Don't tease me, Flaccid. Oh, it really is. Motherfucker, man. Now I'm just pissed. I got stopped out at the worst possible moment. Unbelievable. Silly volatility. This is why stop losses are dangerous, guys. Dude, I've already drank so much coffee. I had like 6 shots of espresso already. They say that 20 minutes is all you need. I didn't even have a stop loss. I had a stop limit. It was trading at my stop limit was at 3. I think it was 389, and it was trading at like 394, and it fucking spiked and hit it. But we're going up. How can I leave my beloved stock while it's on an ascent? Two plus two for these exercises puts. Yeah. Yeah, synthetic shares don't exist for a long time. And, well, when they're made that way. I'm not leaving the camera on my face while I take a nap. That's weird as hell. Stop being a weirdo, Mr. Diggs, or I won't let you sleep on my fire escape anymore. Take a nap until power hour? You guys are really selling me on this nap idea. Put the camera at your calves. It's calves. Yeah, I'm not expecting too much. I mean, if the Dow comes back hard enough, maybe. But yeah, I expect most of the movement on cat to come from the vote. You know, I did that when I stepped away for a minute already. View up down cycle. update Reddit. I feel like you guys are just trying to get me to go to sleep so you can test if that's the MOASS catalyst. Like if I'm somehow like secretly suppressing the price to keep you guys watching my stream. MOASS is gonna happen when I'm completely sleep deprived. That's how it's gonna go down. No, of course not. My eyelids are holding up MOASS. If you pass out and MOASS starts, you're the biggest shill. Nice, K-Dog. The perm's volume grab was sus. You guys forced me into the perm. You wanted one and used as an excuse. I mean, I did always wonder how I would look with curly hair. It wasn't great. Just post your stream key. Yeah, that's a super good idea, Infinity Carpool. Upcoming market crash for October 1st. Evergrande did not receive its foreign bond interest payments yesterday. Debt ceiling being raised, got shut down in the Senate, and banks have one Trillo. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the debt ceiling raise didn't get shut down. It's just being delayed, right? Again, I'll say, ironically, by the person who last raised it. God, I hate our fucking government. Why do you not wear the cookies hat on purpose? It always goes up when you wear it. I don't know what you're talking about, Brandon. That's not true at all. You guys are attributing far too much power to the cookies hat. Yeah, he's probably trying to ask him if he can not have an extra trillion on hand. counting stats on the cookies hat. Just reiterating his own point back to himself he made weeks, months ago this morning. Seems sure his screen is just black and he's talking to himself this whole time. Probably. Or maybe you're all just imagining me. Your wanton need for a replacement for DFV or something just made you. It's a mass delusional state where you all think I exist, but I don't. I'm in fact a Fig Newton of your imaginations and not the other way around. Ah, the old shared delusion. Exactly. You're the best my brain could come up with. Sounds like you got a pretty great brain. You lost money on CSI. CEI. You definitely need a nap. Donation made possible for my CEI realized gains. Good for you, Natty. Did you just say Fig Newton? I did. PCCI halt on drop. Perfect. So my $20 loss was worth. But I've taught so many people how to handle highly volatile situations like that. I'm sure that nobody in my audience would ever be a bag holder. Holy fuck. Oh god, it's getting rugged real hard. Oh man, that's gonna hit like. Ooh, I wonder if it's gonna bounce. Yeah, essentially. Like a discount DFV. Like if, you know, in like the back of the Target aisles where they have like the items with the yellow sticker and you're like, ooh, that's what I wanted to buy, but here it's cheaper. That's me. You have to nap or the Dans are coming to invade per their chancellor. Nutsaculon, I don't care about the Dans or what they're doing. Fig Newton right now would be gas. Oh, cool. Thanks for letting me know, Tyson. Cheap fucking value. Thanks, Mr. Finch. Thank you, Nutsaculon, for the donation. I think the difference is that like DFE truly loves GameStop. And I just want my fucking money back for the games I traded in. Same goal. Just different motivations. It's okay, Brandon. But Jimmy's definitely gone down when I've worn the cookies hat. What are some of your stock secrets? Nice try. I'm not that tired, Stefan. Good job, Lindsay. Everyone, round of applause for Lindsay. Lindsay up 190% on her CEI. Yesterday, you told us about the options you bought in February. How many games did you trade for you to still be down on those? Treble damages, Kitty Pickle. Treble damages, trauma, emotional distress. It doesn't just stop at the value of the games. What does that mean? Illegal shit, usually, Tim Timmery? So there's an untold amount of DD that supports Jimmy doing a MOASS. Is there any reason not to go 100% in with everything possible? Serious question. Well, first of all, make sure that you can sustain that position, right, Barney? Like, this is what you should look at. If you're thinking about, you know, YOLOing, which is what you're describing, into GameStop, make sure that you have enough money on hand to support that position, or that your income at your stable source of employment is going to continue through however long you have to hold that position. Remember that not all DD is equal, and read it and do your research. And then other than that, yeah, it's a great investment. But you're Thomas Petterfee. I just bought 4.8. You think I'll be all right? Thanks, Kitty Pickle. That's funny. I wonder if I could see that if I go on top of my building. I don't know, Eric. I've just been busy. I've been super busy with the move. I haven't really thought about doing anything on that front yet. I kind of wanted to reach out to that guy that was involved with Overstock. He had some interesting stuff to talk about. I believe I called the low for the day. Did you? I don't think so. Didn't... Who was the guy who said 137? No problem, Barty. When does CEI on halt? Maybe never. I don't know. Yeah, Mark Cohodes. I don't know what's going on with CEI. It's just halted. It's not suspended. It's only another hour and a half, though. I can do it. And then I have things to go to. I said 174.31. You're off. Didn't you call that earlier on the first dip, though? Doesn't seem fair. You have a trend line or something there, right? Move to Philly or show me Baba play. Pick one. Moonwin. Silence. I just looked up CEI and it said halted. It's moving again. Here's my question. Do I buy into the rug pull? Don't do it. But I like it. Private tip. I mean, it is bouncing already. It's not going low enough. Like it spiked down to 380. I would have bought back in if it wasn't a wash sale. I didn't show any special options data. Trading without 2 days of sleep is like trading drunk. I know. That's why I'm so down to like buy this dip. Is it Mirror's media been covering rigged markets narrative more? A little bit. Ooh. Oh, this bounce is going to be nuts. I hope you can restful soon. Thank you, Han. I'm not going to buy this. This is stupid. It's gonna bounce really hard though. No, no, no. Okay, I'm just gonna keep making my nice slow money over on Iron Net. No reason to throw it away on stupid shit. There's no options on it. It's not scared money. It's just I don't have a lot of faith in it not to get rug pulled again at the resistance. You think it bounces into tomorrow? I fucking hope not, Kitty Pickle. I'm like semi long short on it. Yeah, it's forming a bear flag. It didn't bounce. Oh, I mean, if they think a squeeze is guaranteed, Stefan, minutes. What? No, I'm short IRNT. I bought them this morning. It was in my pickles. My pickles things. Charlie Work, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream. Thank you for the support, dude. Where can one see Pickles picks? They're in the Billionaires Discord. Charlie Watt can go look at them now. Isn't that right, Charlie? Charlie Work. Oh, I missed that place now. That hostage subscriber video is hilarious. It's not, dude. They made me film a video to have members. Like I had to upload it. It had to be a certain length. Was the song shorted? No.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Yeah, still at $3. No, it's not a cult. Not Fest. Like at Knott's Berry Farm? I made good play. See, sometimes it's the things you don't buy that are the best. I'm still pissed I got stopped out. I could have made that money. What's AMC doing? Oof. God. Hey, at least you get free popcorn there, right? Adam Aaron gets a new yacht. And you, the shareholder, can have some free popcorn. Just wait until they release NFT movie tickets. What good is that? You can't even wipe your ass with it. You need bag holder. I mean, I didn't want to say that, but yeah. Imagine if everybody had paper handed their AMC at $70 and bought GameStop. What's a good medium time frame to look for a trend reversal? Uh, it depends on how long the trend is you're looking at, Stefan. But like intraday, like 5 or 15 minute, um, like within a week, like an hour. If you're going out longer than that, you can go out to like 4 hours or daily. The longer the window you look at, the more accurate your like predictions are gonna be though. Nice cat. That's what I did, but it's 65. It's called selling at the peak. Jesus. I remember when we used to have like normalized conversations about AMC in this channel where people would be like, "Hey man, what do you think about it?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I really don't think it's a good investment because of XYZ." And now it's just like everyone bashing it. I love it. I couldn't have asked for anything more. Teach Matt Kors to fucking ban me from his channel. Now my DD gets posted in their fucking subreddit. I mean, it's about GameStop, but still. Sounds like you're being a real Greg. Oh, yeah. But the difference is we don't ban the Gregs here, generally speaking. Except for Jamie G. We ban the Jamies, but we just ridicule them, you know. The gospel of the intraday cup it handles. Jesus Christ. You miss Jamie G? Bring back Craig. Craig has been unbanned for the longest time, JFresh. That's pushing it, JC. We need a fib. CEI going to the moon. I didn't even ban Craig. I think Biter banned him. Go. I just hopped over to Matt Core's channel and gave him a downvote. You know that just like that's the same as giving him an upvote, right? I thought CI shit the bed. How's that interesting? Fucking order book just disappeared. Did it halt again? 10%. Yeah. Gap up. Halt. Ugh. That's just boring. Greenage is killing it today. Pi-Fi is another hero of mine. The DD's created over the past couple of months. I don't ever read it, but the fact that he's writing it, I respect that. Thanks, Velvet Jupiter, I think. I remember when GME used to halt. It was cool. No. Jesus Christ, digital good time. If I didn't sell my GME shares at 483. I sure as fuck aren't selling them at 176. The word you're looking for was amment? That's not a real word, though. Although it would have sounded great there. Can you explain to Captain Sink-A-Lot why we aren't much of a fan of Matt Kors? He's definitely a massive shill. He completely fucking dropped GME for months because it wasn't upping his viewership numbers. I've never seen him own a single fucking share of the stock. He's only ever had options. He doesn't know anything, so he just lies to his fucking audience all day. What else do you want? If you like him so much, go watch him lose money on fucking Tesla. Did you just prove of his avian philia lifestyle? No, it wasn't the duck fucking that really pissed me off. So in the run up in March, I super chatted him that GME was gonna crash, and then I got banned. And he was like, "No, we're going to the moon." He's a fucking moron. My sister trades almost exclusively off Zach Morris tweets and chases. How do I go telling her she's an idiot? Intervention, post hypnotic suggestion, help. Can't help that. Probably dips his pineapple in ranch. I think YouTube shadow bans permit specific targets. Probably. No, a user. He looks like Pee Wee Herman fucked the Blues Clues guy and had a baby that molests ducks. Why do you think I started a YouTube channel? Multi-Blues? What do you think about Lou versus Wall Street? Is that the guy who just like feeds birds and talks about the stock market in Central Park? Because you're bored and crave attention. That's possible, J Fresh. What's your view on Mo Money? I mean, I dislike him less, but I also just like hate that he just like reads people's DD all day and tries to get people to pay him for story time. You started a YouTube channel because you couldn't pay your electric, water, or rent, but I could still afford to eat food better than a cheeseburger pie, Dr. K. So, there's that. In a nutshell, what's your take on it? It's a shitty, debt-burdened husk of a formerly not-so-great company run by probably the worst CEO on the planet. And their stock is propped up by millions of unsuspecting retail investors that have no idea. Why are DD writers not implicitly writing their DD is not for syndication and only to be linked to? Well, Pico, I think it's because the idea behind writing the DD is it's for the community, right? It's not like that knowledge is for everyone. It's for other people to weigh in on and repurpose. The idea is to build like an intellectual like forum, right? Not that that's necessarily how it's gone down, but you know, that's why. Because like if you're writing DD, you want people to use that information to expand on it. Uh, have you ever seen the horror movie that Matt Kors stars in? It's on Disney Plus. It's called DuckTales. It's some fucked up shit. Literally put infographs from DD. Really? Well, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I said DuckTales. That was pretty good. Given how tired I am, that was decently witty. Hold on, I have to play the Power Hour song while the stock's still going up.
5.
Otherwise, it feels weird.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I think you don't care about RRP, but it hit 1.4 trillion today, and that seems crazy, but I don't really know what it means. You know, they just doubled each participant's like max to 160 billion, Jonathan. But yeah, I don't. You're right. I don't care about it. You're so great and witty and charming. A plus. Um, thank you, Han Banan, Queen of the Simps. Um, I don't know if I'm that charming though. Everything else, absolutely true. How many hours of sleep are you getting each night? Last night, 0, Tanksimus. The night before, though, 3. So I'm still running strong off of that 3 hours. Don't you dare say pickle butt, President Darth Dan. Cardinals a pickle and VWAP. Jackass. I love you for it. Thanks, Carl. You're not so bad yourself. Didn't you miss me? Where were you? Can you just not sleep at night? Pretty much. Owie. I feel like a day ago you were talking about being drunk or something. Whatever pigeon whales do in their free time. I was gone for like 4 or 5 days, but okay. Oh. Well, welcome back. I feel like you were on the Discord. It sounds like bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on this whole thing. Nope. I know I'm tired, but I will not be fooled. Very few shares, Colt. Very few shares. Yeah, if I take melatonin, I just sleep through the stream. There have been a couple days where I've taken melatonin and the stream starts at like 11. Even like 1 milligram will knock me out for like 15 hours. CBD gummies? Oh, because I don't like gummy bears that do nothing for my sleep habits at all. CBD is snake oil. It's useless. Unless combined with THC, which I don't do. So CBD gives me the tummy squirts. That's what eating oil will do. Could be worse. You could have a following of AMC holders. Oh, I would have ended this stream a long time ago if that had happened. I checked in a couple times, but I was gone. That doesn't even make sense. So you were here, but you were gone? Any fashion changes plans post-MOASS? Switching to three-piece or designer, or keeping it casual? Oh, only suits. Once you have $1 million in the bank, you really shouldn't be wearing anything else. Suits prepare you for everything. There's nothing you can't do in a suit, right? But like, there's things you can't do in just regular street clothes. Also, tailored suits are probably the most comfortable clothing you can wear. Psychoanalytical therapy. I'll pass. I was at a bachelorette. Okay. Should I have known this? I disagree. The person that shows up at the charity event like Adam Sandler is probably the wealthiest guy in the room. That's not always true. Sometimes the wealthiest guy in the room is just wearing a custom tailored suit. Like Bezos. I want you to hoodwink dipshits with suits. Jay Fresh, me and you are going suit shopping after MOASS. I'm gonna change your mind. Zakire's other wife. Whoa, what kind of drama's going on in here? Thank you for the donation. I'm gonna just glance over that. Zakire's gonna be... Hasn't Ham been in chat every day this week? That's what I'm thinking in my head. Okay. That's ridiculous, Han. Stop being so dramatic. Some money so you can buy a bed. Thanks, Jay Fresh. I will be throwing mine away as a cautionary measure. Just because, like, I know they inspected and said there were no bugs, but I'm still just like a little freaked out. Also, I don't like my mattress. It's too firm. It doesn't have like enough bounce to it, you know? I will make it a point to wear casual clothing to meetings with private banks and investment firms. You know, that just makes them think like, here's a guy I can steal money from, right? Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Nobody respects that guy. Look at Zuckerberg. Do you respect Mark Zuckerberg? No. I'm freaking out and checking my bed for bugs, and there's nobody else here. Huh. I tried the memory foam pad thing. It just, yeah, Carl gets it. Jesus, the number of virgins. No, I don't, but my neighbor might, who's coughing now. And so that's got me weirded out. I think I've read the DD Nutsaculon. I think I know which I think I already know which one you're talking about, but I'll check it out after this stream. Oh, thank God. Sean Daniels rehypothecated Pigeon Wheels here. Thanks, man. We were freaking out pretty hard. I just found out that illegal massage parlors outnumber Starbucks 2-1 in New York City. I feel like you've said that a few times. Where are you going with this? Sorry, Mike Nolan. That space is all taken up right now. Or tip, if your neighbor has bed bugs, don't sleep with him. Well, I wasn't going to. I'll never understand the people that are like, if I make $1 million, I'm still gonna wear I missed it. Sweatpants and something. Eat Hot Pockets. Bed bugs or live with a Dan? Bed bugs. After MOASS, will you share your scanner settings? Nah. God, I'm up so much on IRNT. I kind of just want to like. It's leveling off though. Should I hold all of it overnight? If I sell 2 of my 25 calls right now, I pay for the whole position. Hmm. All right. No one ever went broke taking profits. Oh, I can get free mattresses from the Dans. They have the hookup. You gambled already. I know, my big $20 play. Is that gonna fill? Ooh, nice. And I got a nice fill. Thanks, tiny red candle. Fantastic. Now I can comfortably hold the rest of it until November 19th. You know, danning is more of a like a pastime. Like they have real jobs and like how do you think some of them are pigeon whales? You think they're just like working overtime behind the dumpster? Actually, you know what? Maybe they are. I start my new job on Friday. Oh, cool, dude. Congrats. I got promoted to dumpster manager. Well played, Daniel Rock. I wonder how many people legally become a Dan after MOASS. I just hope that if they do, their license, like, it's only Dan. No last name, nothing. Just Dan. All caps. SoFi bank charter going to be successfully completed soon. So if true, SoFi will be officially a bank. I mean, I think I've always thought SoFi is a solid long play, Stefan. I just think like for short-term trading, it's unreliable. And the short interest on it is fucking nuts. It's not even hidden. It's just really, really high. So there's potential for that if you're long on it. Yeah, but I don't think it's a bad investment given a couple of years. Can you disclose what's right now? I'm just using FinViz, which is free. If I had like a good like algorithmic scanner, like a live one, I probably wouldn't tell anybody what it was though. But I don't. I don't currently. Yeah, SoFi is pretty disruptive. I agree. I agree with the things you're saying. I don't own any of it, but it's not something I wouldn't buy. I'd want to do a little more research into some of the other aspects of their business, but If I had like an extra 10 grand or something sitting around, I'd fucking buy some of it. It's cheap. It's cheap, and if they become like a major, like a major bank, they'll split their shares like a bunch. So if everything about them is true, it would kind of be like buying Wells Fargo a long time ago. Except maybe a little less crime so far. You know, they really haven't gotten into the crime side of things yet. Give it time, you know. Power corrupts absolutely and all that. Baby steps, yeah. Well, yeah, but they're still too young to have discovered all the benefits of criminality. And that's why there's a big short position against them, because you don't want some new guy coming in all doughy-eyed, not doing the crimes with everyone else, fucking the system up, right? That's why they want retail to, you know, that's why they want to protect retail so badly, because retail comes in and we fuck things up. Carefully arranged, planned out positions, and then retail's like, yeah, let's YOLO in on this. SoFi. What's up, Rocky? Thanks for the like, bro. We've still got to do like a stream or something one day. I'm moving right now, so I can't. But after I'm done with that, maybe we can do something. No, I didn't buy a house. I think UWMC's been on the threshold list for a while. Does Rocky know about the Dans? Let's not and say we did. Cause like I like you guys, but you're kind of an embarrassment. Rocky must know the ways of Lady VWAP. CEI suspended like 5 times now. But all to the downside, right, Victor? If I bought AMC, will that make me a Dan? No. Shockingly, Dan's not invested in AMC. It's against their code. Latest was to the upside. Well, that's nice. I love how I sold my like 2 of my 25s on IRNT and it's dropping more. The Dans are fully against AMC and their free falling price. Oh, I see what you did there. Like Tom Petty. Of course the fucking Dans would be into Tom Petty. I have a button, okay? It's just chill out. How long have I been trading? Um, Professionally, 3 years. Couple years before that, practice. So about 6 now, total. I have puts on IRNT. Death for my birthday. Big fat puts. Bear. Rar. Oh shit, paper traded. You should do that. It's good practice. It can teach you a lot. Before you start losing real money. June will be starting soon, but I don't know exact what time. How do you practice and hold a job at the same time? Well, my job had pretty flexible everything. So I was kind of lucky in that regard. You can also like if you work all day, you can use like Thinkorswim and you can go back and replay the day and see where you would have entered and exited, and you can paper trade it that way also. No worries. I just got a notification from Fidelity saying my out of the money SPY call sell orders were filled for a penny, but I didn't place any such order. Ever seen that before? Are they 0 DTE? Then they'll automatically sell them if they're not in the money, a user. You mean YOLOing all the cash we have into GME isn't considered paper trading? I mean, no. I learned without paper trading, but I just consider it like going to private school. If all apes paper hand on the way up to secure retirement but hold the rest of shares, will that affect how high the price goes? I mean, if the short interest is as high as we think, and, you know, with the shares locked up in DRS and insiders, the squeeze will get as high as it feasibly can go. Like, I don't think paper handing is going to affect how high the peak will end up being. I think the only thing that'll affect that is paper handing in the peaks. I think a lot of people are going to paper hand on the way up, especially like as the price gets higher and higher. What do you think about calls for the 22nd of October? Too early, I think. Like, too soon. Probably fine, but also too soon. Like the theory I currently have on the future cycle may not even play out this cycle, right? It could be the next one. So the only move I'm sure of is out on like November 24th. The rest of this we're waiting to see. How do I increase my own debt ceiling? Apply for credit. Well, that's very generous of you, Tupac Shakur. Thanks for coming out of retirement to speak with us. Thanks, Bob. I will. Thanks, Felicia. 177 is strong. Yeah, it's holding. I mean, we're still like sub 2 million volume for the day. No, it's not a cheap or sustainable way to get shares provided by the SEC. Or I mean, it's obvious, first of all. I mean, the SEC can find them down the road for those married put call contracts, but I mean, obviously, if they need to use them, they'll pay for them, but they're not cheap. And then yeah, those synthetics, have to be satisfied by the market maker uh in T+2. So T+3 if they do it through an ETF. But the ETFs GME's in now aren't so liquid on the option side. Being used on the debt ceiling shenanigans. It's typical bullshit. You think the next run up will be the last run up? I can't wait for it. It could be. Backhorse sent me here. He said that you were his twin brother and that you're starting some cult. I don't know what you're talking about, sipping on piss. Sounds like someone's jealous. Just wonder if there's something that you could use to kick the can down the road somewhat indefinitely. I mean, it's expensive, right? The can kicking is not cheap. I mean, yeah, but you can only stave off the pressure for so long. We're already just super illiquid, right? The bid-ask spread is ridiculous. This isn't like something that's getting better for them, right? Like it's obvious that it's getting worse. I think we should all meet up in Monaco post-MOASS. I don't disagree with that. I don't know. I don't have it up. Yeah, if they, I mean, no, they just announced their profits, right? So if they're profitable, are investors in Citadel allowed to ask what positions they have open? Yeah, there's some transparency on that side sometimes. It depends on their agreement, like their investor relations shit that they do. I'm gonna make it through the whole day, guys. Only if there's a Wendy's in Monaco. I don't think so. How many more days are we going sideways again? 10? No. 1, 2, 6. 7. I think we could start seeing movement in about 7 trading days from after today. But definitely, I think definitely in 10. Or 9 now. Because I think we can start to see some movement occurring on the 11th, but T35 is on the first T35 window is on the 13th. So we may see a little bit of movement up into the 13th. And then I believe it's the 21st and 22nd and 26th, if I'm not mistaken. And then the peak is on the 28th. But I mean, like with our bid-ask spread, that could accelerate far faster than I'm anticipating, right? Like the stock did not trade the way it does now back in January. Like there's so many other variables to that. But I do think that like the pressure starts to mount in about 7 more trading days. After today, not counting today. Today's 8. Why October 8th? No, I don't think they rolled everything. Seeing how we went up like $70 in August with 15 million volume, it's definitely going to be faster this time than in January. That's what I'm thinking, Loki. So, but that window starts to kick in on the 11th. That window where we just start going up steadily. I'll see you later, Rocky. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, Zakir, what's going on with this other wife? Well, someone donated. Their name was Zakir's other wife. We're trying to keep it hush hush. But, you know. You got a side piece, or you guys just role playing today? You can DM me about it, man. We don't have to. Let's not make this public. Yeah, I know. It just keeps dropping. Secure's other wife put their pickle in my jar? You fucking kidding me right now? This is amazing. Secure, what's going on, man? If you need any tips on how to be various wives' boyfriends, I can help you out. Yeah, there weren't any shares, very few shares back then. They've split their shares many times. Secure leave some wives for the rest of us. Secure's shitting his pants right now. If there's anything I know about Secure's wife, is if any of these allegations were true. No, so she'd fuck him up. They have tiny Zakurs. Everyone, stop pretending to be Zakir's wife. You're just jealous. All I'm saying is if I end up dead, it's due to the Ko-Fi donations. Hashtag not a harem. Zakir's boyfriend with their pickle in my jar. Wife? Question mark. Isn't the hashtag not a cult leader supposed to have all the wives? Yeah, but I'm really against marriage. Secure secret boyfriend. What's all this talk about multiple wives? I thought you were leaving her for me. Now there's more. Oh boy. It's really coming to a head. You see what I did there? I hope so. Violated. Secure practices ethical non-monogamy like every other person on Bumble in the Lower East Side. See, this is what happens when Florida starts leaking into the chat. Fucking Christ. Secure son. Carl, I didn't even talk about you. Stop trying to eject yourself. This is about Secure and his sister wives. The Real Housewives of Secure Malibu edition. This is amazing. Secure secret family put their pickle in my jar. What? We thought we were your only family? Oh, this is great. Have you talked more at all about Computershare in the last 4 trading days? Yeah, on 9/20, go to the part of the stream where I join in the morning and then just watch from there. Macaulay Cook can. What? No, not a cult. This has nothing to do with the pickle group that we have here. It's an MLM of spouses. Zakire's wife's boyfriend's wife. Are we still on for tonight? Yeah. Just, shh. I want Citadel to get like really shitty about it and just be like, yeah, closed at 176. How do you like that? That's what I would do. Zakir can have all the wives. God, imagine the alimony payments. Citadel Twitter, nice battle for 180 apes. See, that's the kind of shit that would truly prove that we're in a simulation, right? That none of this is real. Secures other landlord. Is this why you've been late on rent? As a Cure's attorney, I must stop. Insist he stops responding immediately. Zakire's wife's in the chat. Oh, shit. Hey. So yeah, looks like we're gonna be closing out the day just a little under 175 right now. Nothing weird going on here. Scare, run. His mind back the fuck off. I'm not trying to steal him. Secure after MOASS is just gonna have to throw his cash in a room every month and let the wives fight over it. Zakire's boyfriend's boyfriend. Okay, enough is enough. We absolutely do not want Zakire's wife finding out. I agree. Zakire's wife so possessive? I mean, you would be too if you were the first wife. I mean, the only wife. Zakir, when you're doling out your alimony payments, you should get one of those like the those phone booths that have the fan in the bottom, and then like you put all the money in it, right? And then each wife gets in, and her alimony is whatever she can grab in like 1 minute, and then the next wife goes, and then the boyfriend. Can I get a rundown on what occurred that initiated this? Someone donated under the name Zakire's other wife, and it kickstarted this whole thing. You hijacked my comment, Zakire's sister wives? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I had done so. But me and my 13 personalities are Zakire's only wives? Oh. So it is just like a really complex role-playing thing. You gotta... Zakir, you gotta tell me when you guys are gonna, like, trying to get freaky. I know it can get, like, the mood can get weird after you have a bunch of kids. And that's, it's tough on a marriage. And if you guys need to, like, have me, like, help out while you do this weird role play thing in the chat, just let me know ahead of time so I can, pretend better. Ding ding. Zakire's pet deck. Don't fall asleep alone. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. I know you guys are trying to have a baby, so you're probably just trying to spice it up. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It got weird in here today, but we had fun. I'll see y'all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for another day of explosive sideways action. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you all in the morning.